Oh, I muted. No! God damn it. Alright, once again. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to another weekend edition of the Tenacious Turtle Tussle, week number 22. Oh my god. Your bi-weekly dose of CranKy Ducklings StarCraft. Just quickly going over it once again. This event is on the PTR, as have all of our events have been over the past couple of weeks. Not just our events, but many other open cups as well. So welcome one, welcome all to the PTR, to the new map pool as well. If you guys want to have a look at the bracket yourselves, !B in the chat to have a look at the brackets. We'll be going over it after the initial series. For now, we have the South Korean Zerg player is 3 point. And in the top right hand corner, we have the Peruvian Protoss, the blue Protoss player. It is Mute. Here we go. Oh my god. Going to be loading into ley lines here, at least initially. As a reminder, again, we are on the PTR. The PTR has also been patched as of yesterday. There were some login issues negatively affecting a lot of players. It was all over the forums, and thankfully, it looks like those issues have been resolved. So now we will not have anywhere near as many walkovers. We won't have anywhere near as many issues coming into the tournament. Do love to see it. And now we can embrace our ZVP. Meanwhile, oh my god, Mute's opening a forge? That I was not expecting. It's gonna be a Gate Cyber Forge opener here. I mean, it was a 15 pool opener out of 3 point. It was an earlier pool, earlier Lings. Lings have arrived, but a Forge response feels a little bit drastic here, considering the 3 point is joining up behind this. I mean, I say that, more Lings are on the way. Additional Lings are moving out across the map. He's going for the Cybercore. Cybercore's under threat. Zealot has arrived. But alas, Mute, he is in a bit of trouble here, and this Cybercore is under threat. Second Zealot has popped out. With 2 Zealots, he should be able to hold his own. Should be able to. Does get a couple of swipes in. Oh. Does manage to get a couple of swipes in here, and it looks like he should be able to deal with some of these Lings. Cybercore gets low, but the Zealots, all they do, almost get surrounded. 1 Zealot goes down, 2nd Zealot goes down, Adept has popped out, and it looks like Mute will hold. Mute will hold, Mute, he will clean this up. Oh my god, no, the Cybercore, no! Oh my god, just barely with 2 Lings left over, the Cybercore goes down, massive pickoff. Cannon is finishing up, but the cannon was a waste. Again, there is nothing left for it to do, and the expansion is heavily delayed. Mute's behind this, going for a Stargate opener, 2nd pylon here on the low ground, no Nexus whatsoever. Mute is falling behind. It's a big delay here on the natural expansion. Meanwhile, back across the map, 3 went droning, just happily droning up, saturating his bases. On the one hand, yes, his saturation was delayed, but it is worth it because of how heavily delayed the Nexus is. So 3 point is taking the better economy. Likewise, no gases yet for 3 point. Remember, this was a gasless opener. Because of that, link speed is going to be delayed, and 3 point may just embrace roach play as a result. As he's building up Spore Crawlers, getting more Queens. Again, he's fully aware of the opener of choice. He does spot the Oracle that's on the way. 3 point is getting ready for that. As the Oracle has a lot of work to do. There's a lot of pressure on this Oracle to get some damage done. As it does move out. I see someone in the chat asking about the finals of Eric versus Master. For those who do not know, last night we were casting, well, yesterday morning we were casting Eric versus Master in the Code for Giants Cup finals. Alas, it was interrupted and will be casted later on after this broadcast later tonight. Or again, later today, I should say. Unfortunately, it did actually coincide with our event. Did kind of cross into it, did overlap, so we'll be able to jump into it later on instead. Is the plan. Also, as I dive into game 1 and as the Oracle struggles to find damage in the main, I want to give a big shout out to Baby Links in the chat as well. Thank you so much for resubscribing for 30 months. I can't believe it's been that long. Like, it's crazy. But thank you so much for the support, as always. Did resubscribe during the countdown screen as we were getting into our tournament. Meanwhile, the Oracle is deflected. We can see Mute behind this, going for a Twilight Council, additional gateways, setting up for, I would imagine, with the Forge on the way, this could either be Blink or +1. But again, Mute, his natural was delayed, and there is still no third. No third expansion. Void Ray Oracle moves out. Heads towards the third. So far, 3-point, he does have the tools to defend. It is going to be Glaives, actually. I wasn't quite expecting that, especially with Forge and with +1. Glaives was really not on my mind, but okay, it is going to be a Glaive that followed. I mean, this makes sense in the sense that Mute has to get some damage done. He needs to get across the map. He is behind. And we'll see what he can get done. Meanwhile, 3-point, he responds with a Baneling Nest. It's going to be Lingbane here from 3-point, +1 melee on the way. So 3-point is just embracing his Lingbane composition. And yeah, again, still looking quite comfortable here. He does spot the third. We'll see if Mute can hold on to it. We'll see if he can hold on. As more lings are amassing, 3-point moving out. Something that we didn't really get to talk about the map itself, and we can't really talk about the map either, as, I mean, the lings are already here. What I was going to say is that typically this is one of the more defendable maps in the map pool. There's a lot of ramps, a lot of choke points, but because of the momentum that 3-point has early on, yeah, the third is just not going to finish. It's just not going to happen. Does force a cancel. Adepts are still building up. Glaives still on the way. And the Banelings are just waddling in. Yeah, they don't even care. They're going for the pylons. 2 pylons go down. Cannon as well. We're busting into the mineral line. And Lings, they flood in into the natural. Banelings are waddling into the main. I mean, the Adepts, they can hold their own, but they're not quite in position. That's going to be 18 probe kills and massive connections in the main base. Oh my god, 31 probes. And Mute, he just wasn't able to get into his own game. Again, the initial pool timing, the initial 15 pool just did so much damage. Did game-ending damage, and it's been Mute trying to recover from there. The wall is still wide open. Lings, they keep flooding in. The wall is... It's not a wall, papi. Oracles will deflect the Lings initially, and hey, there is a third on the way, but Mute is down to 10 probes. 10 workers left here in the main base. Nothing at the natural, nothing at the third. The third gets cancelled, and it's all or nothing. Adepts are moving out across the map. They can trade well against Lings, but there's still so many of them. Yeah, Lings, they come in first round. This is not the most efficient trade for 3 points, but he's trading nonetheless. GG gets called, and 3 points takes game number 1. GG. Does take the first game. Again, just gained a lot of momentum early on, and Mute was never able to really recover after the early game. The game was almost dictated by the initial Ling aggression and Ling flood of 3-point to snipe the Cybercore and to delay the natural expansion. It was a brutal start, and Mute just was stumbling his way into the mid-game. We'll see if he can recover here in Game 2. Another exciting thing about this series as well is that 3-point is actually playing StarCraft. He's actually playing StarCraft 2, I should say. I was even messaging him in the lead up to this series, like, oh my god, you're actually playing. What I mean by that, for those that are familiar with StarCraft Evolution, is that 3-point, he is one of the stronger players in StarCraft Evolution. He does play it very consistently, is always competing in the Open Cups. He's going to be competing in the Fall Championship next week as well. So 3-point has been putting in a lot of work, at least when it comes to that StarCraft mod. Less so in SC2. He's still a good player, don't get me wrong. He's still a good player, but he has been playing it less and less, which is why I was pleasantly surprised to see him here in this bracket. Now, because 3-point is a little bit rough around the edges when it comes to StarCraft 2, I would not be surprised if he does end up opening up in such an aggressive fashion more often than not. We'll see though. We shall see. Next map is going to be on next game is going to be on Snowpiercer. Ooh, the largest map when it comes to the new introduced maps in the map pool. And can we embrace a longer game state as spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Snowpiercer once again? Going to be cancelling that initial egg, cancelling the initial units, and do we go for the 12 pool? Looks like we will. It's going to be another 12 pool. We have the South Korean Zerg player, the Red Zerg, for Hyper 1. It is 3-point. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the Peruvian Protoss player, the Blue Protoss, representing himself, currently teamless. It is Mute. It's going to be another 12 ball here from 3-point. Again, he went for the exact same opener in game number 1. Now, what I will say is that this will hit a little bit later on this map because of the rush distance by ground. I did mention before, Snowpiercer is, I would say, the largest new map in the map pool. Very long rush distance by ground. Oh my god, but we're not just going for the 12 pool. This time, 3-point also moves out with a drone. He's going for the proxy hatch. Going for the proxy hatch as well. Mute likewise moving out as well to scout across the map will confirm the lack of expansion and will also confirm the early spawning pool. As the probe does dip in, and the probe does confirm. Once again, there's the pool, no gases. Back at home, the drone. Oh god, the drone has arrived. Mute, how does he respond? Does pull an extra worker, and is going to attempt to hold off, but the hatchery gets placed, the probe out of position, and that will disrupt the SimCity. Now, once again, it's going to be a forge response. Now, this time, a forge is warranted because of the proxy hatchery, but it's still easier said than done to defend. We need zealots. First zealot is out, second zealot needs to be on the way. But Mute, he's supply blocked. That second pylon is late. And pylon is late. Second zealot is late as well. Cyber goes finishing. We do have cannons in production, but the gateway is going to go down. No. Now, I was hoping for a longer series, especially on Snowpiercer as well, but the gateway is going to fall, and here it comes. The boys. The boys are being pulled. 3-point is sending everything across the map. He's getting on top of the zealot. No, the surround. No! The zealot not quite in position. The wall is wide open, and the wall has been broken. The wall has been broken. 3-point, he breaks the natural. The boys have arrived. GG gets called, and 3 points will take the series 2-0. GG. GG, well played. I apologize for not updating the score in game. Things just popped off immediately. they just popped off immediately, and with that, GG, well played. 3-point, will take the series very fast 2-0. I mean, game 1 got in towards a longer game state, but again, Mute, he was kind of limping his way into that mid game or into that longer game. Alas, here 3-point was just able to pop off, able to take the series, and able to come out on top. GG, well played. 3-point will take it. And now we can finally take a look at the bracket. Exclamation mark be in the chat if you guys want to have a look at the bracket yourselves. We have some catching up to do. Let us embrace the matches to come. From the top, we have Byun. Byun is the #1 seed, the Korean Terran player, of course. He has been very active when it comes to our online tournaments, and Byun is waiting for the winner of Honmono and Luna C in a Protoss versus Terran matchup. So Byun is lying in wait. Byun is going to be favored to make it to the finals. We'll see if anyone can stop him. I want to believe some of these players can, but the pressure is on. Scrolling down, we have Nicorette versus Patches, also currently mid-series, currently facing off, I believe, in a Terran versus Terran. Scrolling down, we have Shameless versus Matt in a PvZ. I was also expecting that to be maybe a bit of a shorter series as well, but regardless, best of luck to both Shameless and Matt. It's going to be another high-profile series going on. Scrolling down, we have Estrella. Estrella takes down Hatzel 2-0, and Estrella is waiting for the winner of Vindicta and Rebellion. Speaking of, just messaging some of the players and letting them know. As we scroll on down, but yes, Vindicta vs Rebellion currently mid-series. Meanwhile, we just got an update. Nicorette takes down Patches 2-0. Nicorette waiting for the winner of Shameless and Mute. Straya is the #2 seed. Is the #2 seed of the tournament. So again, if all goes, you know, by kind of like the numbers of a league, like for example, Byun versus Straya are poised to face off in the finals, and that could go either way. But can they get there? There's still these players that can threaten them. Players like Vindicta, Rebellion, players like Nicorette, Shameless, Matt, Homono, Lunacy, and also these two players, Geralt and 3-point. We have an update. Geralt takes down Cost Phoenix 2-0, and now is up against 3-point in the second round, and that is our next series. That is our next series. I'll also make sure to get the predictions underway as well. I do apologize, but because of the mutes at the start, or the mute in many ways, true. we were casting mute, and I was muted. Because of that, that did kind of like disrupt the flow of the initial cast, and I wasn't quite able to start the prediction, so I do apologize. But I should be able to do so here. Should be able to do so. As up next is going to be that PVZ, and Geralt is going to pose a stronger threat to 3-point. Now, I would not be surprised if 3-point once again at least slips in a 12 pool at some point in the series, maybe every game in the series. But Geralt, he is a higher tier player. He's a little more experienced. He's a little more accomplished. Geralt, he's one of the best Protoss players in all of Europe. So if there were a player to have a cleaner defense against that and to punish that, it would be Geralt. Meanwhile, we just got another update. Vindicta just took down Rebellion 2-0. Big win there for Vindicta. He's up against Estrella in the second round. And I would love to jump. I mean, I'm spoiled for choice. I'd love to jump into all these matches. But again, we are primed to follow 3-point into Geralt into the lower semifinals. I mean, both semis are going to be casted. Both semis are going to be covered. Best of luck to all the players that are currently competing and facing off. Depending on how quickly this series is, we might even be able to catch the tail end of Estrella versus Vindicta as well. We can get there. We can get there. But now the Vitas are on the way, and we will soon be jumping in. Just catching up in the chat. Catching up. Oh my god, speaking of it, shout out to Mark BT in the chat. Shout out to Mark BT, of course, the main sponsor of the tournament, of the Tenacious Turtle Tussle. Oh my god. And shout out to not just Mark BT, but also to Stegosaurus as well. Proto Stegosaurus has also been jumping in and helping to fund and helping to grow the prize pool of the event as well. There is a Matcherino page available, which of course does have all that, or does have the ability to take part, to contribute if you wish. So thank you so much. Thank you so much. Do appreciate it. Always. As again, readers are still underway. But yeah, the bracket progressing quite nicely here, and again, I do appreciate that not just us, but a lot of events have kind of taken the initiative to hold their events and host their events on the PTR. I do think it's quite important that we get as much testing as possible. There's a reason why I'm also jumping on these matches as well. As we just got another update, Shameless takes down Matt 2-0. There aren't that many Zerg competitors in this tournament. Matt just went down, and I mean, 3-point did advance on to the next round, but I do want to cover some Zerg while I can before we progress into the semis. Again, Geralt is favored in this series, so just doing what I can to like showcase some of the other races here while we can. Before embracing all the other Terran versus Protosses. We'll get there. As looks like the entirety of the round of 16 has concluded. Homono takes down Luna C. Now we have a TVT between Bjorn and Homono. We have a TVP between Nicorette Shameless. Another TVP between Vindicta and Astrea. And then the one Protoss versus Zerg between Geralt and 3-point. Oh boy. And again, we should soon be able to jump in. We'll get there. As looks like the Vitas are done, they're just sorting out their servers and jumping in. And as mentioned before as well, we will be casting the finals of Code for Giants Cup after this cast. We'll get there. We will get there. I know there were some people curious as well about like the length of the PTR and how long it's going to be lasting. I think, if I'm not mistaken, I think the current StarCraft season ends next week. It ends very soon. Very soon it is going to come to an end. And I think most people theorize that after the end of the current season of StarCraft, usually there's like a week period of break. There's like a week or two, usually like a week, and then the next patch, then the next season, and that is when most people are assuming that the next season will hit, or when the PTR would go live. So towards the end of November. So we still have like another couple of weeks to to kind of refine the patch, to provide feedback, and to get things going. Speaking of, we have our next game. We have our map. We're going to be loading into Hecate now. Quickly going over the maps available here in the event. We have 7 maps. We have the 6 new maps that have been added, that have been proposed for the next patch, for the next phase of StarCraft. But we had to add an additional map, and that is Hecate. We've done that alongside all the other Open Cups, KSRC, as well as the Pigosar Cup. Often it is vetoed, but this time it was embraced. It's a bit of a blast from the past, but spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Hecate, we have the South Korean Zerg player, the Red Zerg. He's 12 pulling again. God, he's going for another 12 pull. It is 3 points. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the Polish Protoss player, the Blue Protoss representing Streamer Zone. It is Geralt. And if you're in the chat, predictions are now open. Place your bets on who you think will take the series, on who you think will advance on into the next round. Best of luck. Best of luck in the chat. Now, as we mentioned before, even though 3 Point was able to overwhelm Mute earlier in Game 1 and in Game 2, I do want to believe that Geralt will have a much cleaner response to this as the drone is moving out across the map. It is going to be a, once again, proxy hatchery out of 3 Point, and it's going to be on Geralt to react and to respond. Now, even though we were able to, I mean, he probe scouts, he sees the 12 pull timing, he's fully aware of the aggression coming his way. He hasn't confirmed the proxy hatchery yet, but he is at least alert. See, he's laying the expansion, the probe moves out. Oh, big scouts! He does confirm, he does get eyes on the drone. And Geralt is aware, he's keeping up. And can he deny that hatchery? So far, so good. The workers, they do fight each other. Ooh. The drone does get a couple of extra hits in, is going for the hatchery, and doesn't quite get it. Yeah, the drone is denied, the hatchery is denied, the boys are being pulled. So it's going to be a 12 pull drone pull here from 3 Point. Lings are moving out, and where the workers spotted? That's the question. The Zealot's being chronoed as we speak. And we have a full wall. Geralt, he's popping up, he does throw down the wall. Pylon is placed, Zealot pops out. And it's all about buying time. It's all about buying time here for the second Zealot, but is it going to get here in time? That I'm less certain of. Yeah, the gateway, it's going to fall. There is a second gateway here towards the left-hand side. But again, 3 Point is gaining ground. He breaks in. Yeah, he breaks in. He's going for the pylon. Pylon gets depowered. Geralt, he races back to his main, but again, he's only working with 1 Zealot and nothing else. Yeah, the second Zealot was, I mean, it never started. Boys are being pulled. Oh, gets us around. D's positioning here with the Zealot. Yeah, he shuts down the drones. Very nice probe drill. Oh my god. Geralt? Initially some good drilling here. But does he have enough? It's getting close. Shield battery's finishing up. It looks like Geralt, he will defend. He will survive. He does hold. Whew. Does hold on. 3 Point, he backs up. He's going back to mining. And what kind of economic state do we have? Okay, 8 drones. Geralt has 8 workers in the main base. Meanwhile, nothing back at home. Ay. Nothing mining. There's no longevity here for 3 Points. He's still pushing in. I mean, that's still a lot of Lings. Still a lot of Lings. Remember, there is no shield battery overcharge in the PTR. But there's still a shield battery. The surround! Oh, Zealot gets surrounded. Boys are being pulled. Geralt, he is holding on. Yeah, it takes down the drones. He can take the fight. Shield batteries within range. Oh, Geralt. Oh my god, almost gets surrounded. Oh, the energy. Let's go. There's the energy overcharge on the shield battery. And with that, once again surrounded, but the shield battery does support. And the Zealots will hold its own. Geralt holds. GG gets called. Geralt will take game number 1. Whew. GG. Oh my. Calm down. GG. Oh my god. Again, I was concerned, especially when the shield battery ran out of energy, but we had the energy overcharge, bearing in mind that you can use it on not just units, but on buildings as well. Was used on that shield battery. For those that are curious, energy overcharge does increase energy by 100, so bam, it does give a boost of energy to any units, and with that, the shield battery did maintain itself. GG, well played. Whew. Geralt does hold. Geralt does hold. Now we're getting into game number 2. Let's go. Let us go. And now the question becomes, are we still going to 12 pool here in game 2? Oh my god, as we are going to be loading into Ultra Love. Interesting. Ultra Love, of course, being a very defendable map. We have seen a lot of attempted all-ins on this map. We've seen a lot of successful and also some rough defenses as well. I'm always reminded of Solar versus Estrella. I do recommend tuning into the VODs. It was during the Pigosaur Cup, but there was a crazy all-in that Solar had gone for, and Estrella had an impressive defense for like 10 minutes. Eventually was broken, but it was still just a very intense kind of setup there between Estrella and Solar. I would not be opposed to seeing something like a 3-base all-in from 3-point, but we'll see if he goes for a 12 pull again. We'll see. We go. So we are going to be jumping in. Also, something happened to the chat. What just... Oh my god. Oh, I see, I see. I do apologize, but something did happen in the chat. So slow mode was turned on. It's all good. We're getting raided? Yeah, so for those that are curious what just happened, we just got botted. We just got botted. So, yeah, bot raided, yeah. So we are dealing with that. I don't think we've actually been bot raided before. Crazy. Okay. So we're just basically we're just banning a bunch of people. A bunch of bots, I should say, and clearing stuff up. But here we go. We're getting into our next game, into game number 2, and spawning in the top right-hand corner of Ultra Love, we have the red Zerg player from South Korea, representing Team Hyper 1. It is 3-point. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the Polish Protoss player, the blue Protoss, representing Streamer Zone, leading the series 1-0. It is Geralt. We go. Here we go. As for now, we are getting into our openers. Once again, we see 3 points. Actually going for a gas first. Okay, it's going to be a gas first build here at a 3-point. He is not a 12 fooling. We're going for an aggressive start, don't get me wrong, but something very, very different. Now, with the earlier gas geyser, this feels like a roach rush. Technically, this could be a Bane bust as well. True, this could be the beginning of a Bane bust, could be a roach rush. I guess it could be the beginning of a fast lair, but Geralt, he does deny the natural expansion. He forces 3-point over to the unnatural natural, and we'll see what exactly the gas is going to be spent on. Is it going to be spent on link speed or something different? So we'll keep it on 3-point. Also, welcome one and all to Ultra Love. There are ley lines and vortexes all over the place. Do love to see it. As I mentioned before, the defensive setup here at the 3rd and the 4th is quite high. There are a lot of choke points to make use of, a lot of ramps as well. You can knock down this tower and just fully wall off the triangular 3rd, so it can be very defendable. We have seen some attempted all-ins on this map, and we spoke about it earlier. I feel like Estrella versus Solar does come to mind, but we'll see what 3-point does, as he does invest into link speed and he does stay in gas. He pulls back in. Ooh, he does pull back in. Okay, now what's interesting is that he pulls back in after he kills the probe. Yep, there it is. Bane bust. It is going to be a Bane bust for 3-point. He's going all in, and Geralt's back at home. How does he handle this situation? How does he deal with this? Let's go. He's walling up. For now, he's walling up. Gate expanded to Cybercore. First Adept is out. Gateway is on the way. Stargate as well, but really it's all on Geralt scouting the all-in. He's moving out with the probe. The Overlord does confirm, does spot it. Links have arrived. Now Geralt, he did scout the early gas geyser, so he knows it's something. He knows it could be roaches. He knows that it could be an all-in of some kind. Workers are being main outed over. The probe scout is attempted, but is denied by the queen. He at least spots all the lings. Ling speed is revealed. And here come the Bailings. Bailings are on the way. We can see Geralt, he's throwing down the shield battery. Second adept. He spots the lings. And yeah, there we go. He confirms. Big scout here by Geralt. He does confirm the Bailing. He needs to wall off. He does need to wall off. Cybercore gets thrown down. Bailings have arrived. And they're going to be wasted. They get spent on... Oh my... They break through. Oh my god. They break through the Cybercore. Oh, and that may just be... The boys are being pulled. There's still one Bailing left. The shield buddy does what it can, but it looks like 3-Point has done it. He has broken the natural. I was not expecting the Cybercore to fall behind it. And he's going for the pylon. Pylon's going to go down. Oracle has arrived. Oracle can focus on the Bailings. Yeah, the Bailings are being targeted, but the production's depowered. That's the problem here. There is no production. There are no gateways. Lings, they flood into the natural. They just surround on the gateways, on the Nexus. They go for the main, and they're going for the kill. They're going for the kill here. And GG 3-Point, he breaks through. He will tie up the series 1-1. We are going to the ace match. GG. GG, well played. Really good scouting out of Geralt. I do appreciate that he was able to confirm what was going on. He was able to respond. Unfortunately, the Bane Bust did still knock down not just the Adept, but also the Cybercore as well. And that was game then and there. The wall had fallen, and the natural was compromised. And with that, we're going to the ace match. Once again, Geralt at least is now very much so aware of the kind of player that that 3-Point is, but clearly knowing is half the battle. And I'm curious how Geralt will respond here in Game 3. I think we all know that it's going to be an all-in of some kind from 3-Point. It's going to happen, but from there, what kind of all-in? You know, do we see a Roach Rush? Do we see another Bane Bust? Do we see another 12 pool? We're going to be loading into Amygdala. Ooh, a bit of a smaller map. Okay. Here we go. Amygdala, of course, has a lot of rocks to work with. It can be knocked down in the center. There's gold bases, but I don't think we're going to get into the gold. I don't think the game is going to last that long. It's not going to happen. Oh boy. As we are loading in. Here we go. Spawning in the top right hand corner of Amygdala, we have the red Zerg player, the South Korean Zerg representing Team Hyper 1. It is 3-Point. No 12 pool. And spawning in the bottom left hand corner, we have the blue Protoss player, the Polish Protoss representing Streamer Zone. It is Geralt. I will fix up the player names after this. Now we're settling in, and we'll see if we go for another gas first opener. As a reminder, it was gas first last game into the pool. This time 3-Point going hatch first. He's crazy. Oh my, he's playing standard for now. The drone moves out, and 3-Point is going to be going hatch first. Meanwhile, Geralt, I'm curious if he blindly goes for a Cybercore before Nexus. I am curious. For now, the gateway has been placed. And Geralt should be moving out with his probe scout. Yeah, the probe moves out across the map. Does move out for the scout. And yeah, you can see Geralt, he is paranoid. He's checking for a proxy hatchery. I don't blame him. But he does not go Cybercore before Nexus. Okay. No fear. Or cautious. Don't get me wrong, cautious play, but he is going to be going for the faster expansion. Meanwhile, 3-Point did go hatch gas pool, a standard opener out of our Zerg player. So nothing too crazy out of 3-Point, and again, a pretty standard economic opener here out of Geralt. Sure, you could argue that he had some lost mine time because of the probe scout further out, but outside of that, he should be fine. And Geralt confirms. Gets across the map, he does confirm. Let's confirm what is happening. And Geralt, he's going to be the US instead. I do like this response, actually. Geralt, he did open up standard, don't get me wrong. He was going gate expanded to Cybercore into a Twilight Council. Now, this could be one of two things. I mean, there could be others, but typically this would be either Glaive Adepts or DTs, or both, Glaives or Dark Templar. So far, he hasn't pulled out of gas, but I do like the more assertive start here from Geralt to try to turn the tables on 3-point. Lings are on the way. Rover's been thrown down. Geralt has not pulled out of gas. I'm leaning towards a Dark Shrine instead. Or maybe something more committed. We should be seeing that Dark Shrine. Meanwhile, 3-point is getting an extra pair of Lings, but so far nothing too crazy. Yeah, saturating his bases. 3-point, he is droning. And the Overlord Scout is diving in. Stalker's on the way, but the Overlord, it will actually get into the main. Oh, and there is that Dark Shrine. It gets thrown down further back. Can he keep it safe and sound? Can he keep it hidden? It's going to be close. I think the Overlord will confirm. Spots the Robo, spots the Twilight Council, and will spot the Dark Shrine as well. Big scout here by 3-point. Back at home, he's throwing down Spore Crawlers. He's getting detection. Does lay a Spore at the natural. Interesting. Going for a faster Roach Warren. But the Spore does finish in the main. And he should soon be getting a second Spore. Now, even though Geralt got scouted, even if the DTs don't get any damage done, the power of a DT opener is the fact that it can turn into an Archon drop. And then you can pick off Overlords, you can pick off Lings, Drones, Queens. You can get that much more value with those Archons instead. As Geralt does move out. The third base on this map is very exposed. You can see here, very large ramp towards the north, open entry point here towards the right hand side as well. Defending this third, we've seen a lot of players struggle to do so. But we'll see, as the Dark Shrine is done, and the DTs have arrived. You can see that the Spore is finishing up just in time here at the natural base. The third is exposed. The DTs are headed towards that third base. Meanwhile, you can see that 3-point is getting ready for a counterattack. Ling Ravager. One Queen goes down. DTs, they drop into the natural. Picking up a couple of Lings. Going for the Spore. Spore gets denied. Not bad, that's a kill, not a cancel. Kill on the Spore Crawler. Once again, rotating around. Ooh, no Spore in the main. It looks like it was repositioned. So Geralt, pretty good damage so far. Oh, but as I say, that Spore does complete. A nice pick up micro. Head up towards the third. And Geralt, he has seen the army. Again, we have Mass Ling Ravager. 3-point, he's ready for the counterattack. He's pushing. He's pushing out across the map. As I mentioned, I don't see this third base holding. I don't see Geralt holding onto the third. He's morphing in Archons as we speak. It's going to be a tough hold for Geralt. Third base is going to go down. Defensive DTs could have helped, but alas, the Archons are now dropping in. A little bit too late to save the base. And now 3-point is droning. Now he's droning on up. Even though 3-point did take some damage, killing the third does allow him to now take a bit of a lead. I say bit because 3-point is down in drones, but he's saturating. He's droning up. Containing the Protoss. Going for the natural. But the shield battery's in position. And how does Geralt recover with the gold? Oh, going into Disruptors as well. Interesting. That I was not expecting. Disruptor production has begun. He's got a decent amount of Immortals. 2 Immortals already. And here comes the follow-up Archon drop. And we mentioned before, even if DTs don't get too much damage done, I mean, the Archons can. They're hunting down Lings, hunting down Overlords. Three-point getting up to 2 base saturation. As you can see here, 3-point is not droning. He's not droning his third. He's on a 44 drones and he's massing up Roach Ravager, getting ready for another all-in. And Geralt is not aware. He also hasn't been able to find these Overlords. just now finding one. Overlook goes down. More shield batteries on the way. But again, it's going to be a tough hold here for Geralt. Not impossible, but difficult. Oh, does supply block 3 points. Not bad. For a couple of seconds. Here comes the main army. Unfortunately, Geralt, he does have the Zolnaga. He does spot the army. He sees. Does see the Lings, does see the Roaches. 3 points all in is spotted. Geralt, he's racing back. No, the Immortals! The Immortals, they get surrounded. A rough start. They should be saved. There we go. Nice micro. The Immortals get saved. Roaches are coming from the right-hand side. One Immortal goes down. Massive pickoff. The Disruptor's a little bit too far behind. Nova goes off. Oh, grazes the army. And there's one more Nova left. But again, Novas, they no longer one-shot Roaches. Yeah, not the best connections here from Geralt. And the third base, it's going to go down. Third base does fall. Stalkers are out in the open. And 3 point, he can take the fight here. Novas have been a little bit lackluster, but really it's just such an awkward engagement out in the open like this. Nice War Prism Micro. Disruptors taking a lot of hits. Again, they're getting surrounded. Oof. Decent Nova. The Stalker count looking quite high. Oh, the juggling. Save some of the Stalkers. Every Disruptor goes down. And Geralt will hold, but that was a very expensive hold for Geralt. Oh, apparently there's lag going on.
Game paused.
Yeah, hopefully everything's okay. Oh, okay. Like his ping, okay, it looks like it's a little bit unstable. Unfortunately, that yeah, unfortunately, like the PTR servers, we haven't encountered too many issues. But I mean, not the most stable of servers at times, and that would explain some of the miscontrol when it came to the pickup micro, is some lag spikes. So that is really unfortunate. Like that was not the time to have those lag spikes. Very nice connection. Now, what's important here is that even though the third base has fallen for a second time and a lot of probes went down, and all the Immortals and Disruptors and the Archons, 3 point doesn't have the best economy. Remember, this was an all-in. It was an all-in, and ideally 3 point wanted to end the game then and there. He didn't end the game, but he still finds himself, I would say, with a lead. Does have a lead. He's getting a fourth base. He has map control. Infestation bits on the way. 3 point is ahead. Geralt has the potential to bounce back, but there's a lot of pressure on him. There's a lot of onus on this drop to manage to pick up Lings, get some economic damage. There's a lot of pressure here on Geralt. Now getting into Colossus production. We go. See in the chat, feels like Disruptors just don't do enough against Roaches anymore. I would agree. I don't think this is the game to like make that statement on though. Like even if all the Novas that we saw connected and killed every Roach that they connected with, I think the outcome would still be the same. So yeah, that's what I would say is regarding this game specifically. Like it was just a really rough kind of setup here getting into that defense, especially with the lag spikes as well, which is less than ideal. As Geralt does move out, going for the Disruptor drops, going for the mineral lines. Oh, not bad. Does get half the mineral line. Drones do go down. Geralt, he's recovering. Now he's getting his third base fully saturated. That's so true. Like, Geralt, he's holding his own. is holding his own. 3 points, still has that supply lead. A lot of the supplies in roaches, but he has the hive. More importantly, he has vipers. The vipers have arrived. And that's going to be the key unit the 3 point needs here to break this position, to break the Colossus, the Immortals, the Archons. There is going to be some counterplay available with the feedbacks from these High Templar, true. If he can land those feedbacks, if he can deny those abductions, then Geralt can defend. But until then, 3 point is getting ready for his move out. He is getting ready. A couple of DTs get caught. Disruptor drop moving out once again. Trying to sneak up with the army. A bold move here by Geralt. A very bold move. Saves one disruptor. Oh my god. Does get away. Just barely. Slips out. Saves one disruptor. Oh no! I spoke too soon. I spoke too soon. Powerbomb goes up. Disruptor goes down. And here we go. 3 points. He's maxed. He is maxed out. And we'll see if Geralt can pull off a defense. Storm is done. Bear that in mind. Storm has completed. There's that one Colossus. Army's pushing in. Geralt not quite in position. And it's caught on the low ground. Nice feed, Max. Storm does connect. But he's pushing up a ramp into the Roach Ravager. Into the Roach Hydra. Once again, decent storms. Vipers go down. Very nice pickoffs. And Geralt, he does take a decent fight, but the Lings get into the mineral line. Probes are going down. Yeah, Geralt, he loses 20 workers. We don't have W6 Game Hard, unfortunately. So many workers full. Lings, they bust into the natural. And even though Geralt, he did trade more efficiently when it came to the main army, it was very efficient. What about the economy? What about the probes? As Ling run-bys continue, Roach is behind the gold. To hit the gold base, Geralt, he holds. Protects the gold, knocking down the rocks, and Geralt is getting ready for his own counterattack to lay siege upon the gold. I mean, you just saw it, but the skull base can be quite vulnerable here, especially depending on who has map control. Lurker moves out. How many lurkers? Just 9. That's a lot of lunkers. Only one here on the front lines. No detection for Geralt. Observers on the way. But Geralt, he can't engage. Not yet. Ay, ay, ay. A lurker within range of the mineral line. Lings coming from behind, or the rest of the army as well. Geralt does engage. Oof. Workers are in position. Yeah, and Geralt, he just cannot get his third up and running. He's been denied time and time again. Nothing run by. Geralt is keeping up. Main army pushes in. Oof. Decent storms. Storms do connect. Oh my god, the Lings get roasted. Efficient trades here for Geralt, but he will lose the expansion. Gold base goes down. When he rotates over. Connection with the Novas. Takes down the Roaches. The Concave is brutal. Once again, decent storms, but the lurkers are making their way towards the third. The backup third. The spine shots up. Oh my god, the spine shots are insane. Novas don't quite connect. And 3 point. At this point, it looks like he has done it. He's broken the back of Geralt, knocking down the third base over and over again. And the third and the fourth. Geralt just cannot expand. Pushing in, Novas will connect. Oh my god, massive connections! Again, when it comes to the main army engagements, it hasn't been too bad for Geralt. Oh, as he bleeds out three high tempo go down. Ay, ay, ay. He's taking down more of the lurkers. Colossus falls. Good cleanup here by Geralt, but he's out of steam, he's out of resources, out of money. And 3 Point is looking to overwhelm. GG, good luck, and 3 Point will take the series at 2-1. Will advance on to the semi-finals. GG. GG, well played. 3 Point will take it. I do appreciate that 3 Point, or that 3 Point, yeah, we didn't have a short game 3. We were able to embrace a longer game state, but alas, Geralt did struggle to defend. Definitely, I mean, it was really unfortunate that there was some lag spikes occurring as well, especially in the middle of like these really critical engagements. Lag spikes that otherwise shouldn't be there, especially with a more stable setup. With that, GG, well played. 3 Point will advance on into the next round, where he will be facing off against his next opponent. It looks like we might have another update as well. Estrella versus Vindicta, I think, has wrapped up, question mark. Let's find out. Exclamation mark B in the chat to have a look at the bracket yourselves. If you guys want to have a look at the bracket yourselves, let's switch our scenes over and catch up. We have Bjorn. Bjorn takes down Homono 2-0. Bjorn advances on to the semifinals, where he is waiting for either Nicaract or Shameless, a Terranor Protoss. Likewise, Estrella versus Vindicta. I think has concluded they're both out of game. They're both out of game. Okay, we just got it. We just got it. Estrella does take it 2-0. Estrella, he does advance on to the next round, and we have a next series. It's going to be Estrella versus 3 Point in a best of 3. Now, Estrella, he was watching from the chat, so, and not just that, but I'm sure he's quite familiar with 3 Point as well. Again, we saw a lot of aggression, a lot of cheese out of 3 Point. Estrella is that much more aware, and we'll see how he does handle the Korean Zerg. See how he does handle the aggression, how he does handle the cheese. I feel like a lot of this will come down to the veto process as well. How our players do want to approach this. There we go. Meanwhile, we just got another update. Nicaract takes down Shameless 2-1. So it is going to be a TVT in the upper semifinals and a PVC in the lower semis. Here we go. We go. Oh. Here we go. So vetoes are underway. Just catching up. I'm sure Estrella will do great. I'm sure he will. I'm sure. Este Max Angel. Is 3 Point a name change or a newer guy? He has not name changed from my understanding. 3 Point has been around for a couple of years at this point. For those that are maybe unfamiliar, we've been casting 3 Point for what, 4 years? Basically the COVID era. The COVID era of StarCraft was kind of the rise of a lot of these amateur Korean players. I'm referring to 3 Point, Honmono, Quanta, Stephen Curry, not quite Rebellion. Rebellion was before that, but he did name change around that time. But Stephen Curry, Farmy as well. Like there were a lot of these like quote unquote code A Korean players that were very, very active during like 2020 into current year. Percival was before that. Percival was a little bit before that. But yeah, that's kind of when 3-point kind of rose to prominence. Lunacy is another one. True, Lunacy is another one as well. And they've been very active in the online tournament scene. Now, to be fair, especially if when it comes to more recent events, as I was mentioning earlier, 3-point, he has been focusing on StarCraft Evolution. So back in the day, a couple of years ago, 3-point was more active in SC2. Nowadays, less so. Nowadays, 3-point, he does compete more often in StarCraft Evolution, less so StarCraft 2. Which is why I believe this is the first time we're casting 3-point in a regular SE2 tournament. Maybe all year? Maybe. I think maybe this is the first time we're casting him all year in SE2. Or at least like in the last 6 months. But it is really cool to see that he's playing in SE2 once again, at least briefly. And here we go. We have the semifinals ready for us. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Ultra Love, we have the American Protoss player, the Red Protoss, representing himself, currently teamless, but deserving to be on the team. It is Estrella. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have, we have the South Korean Zerg player, the Blue Zerg, representing Team Hyper 1. Once again, going for the 12 pool, it is a 3-point. And if you're in the chat, predictions are now open. Place your bets on who you believe will take the series. Best of luck. Best of luck in the chat. I have one letting us know that he used to go by Anton. That's right. Yeah, Anton Lade previously. There you go. There you go. We are settling in. Once again, another 12 pool. Estrella is moving out with his probe scouts, and we'll soon confirm the initial aggressive opener here by 3-point. Now, we have seen 12 pool drone pools, we've seen 12 pool proxy hatch, we've seen a lot of different variations of this, and again, we'll see how Estrella does respond. So that's coming for the scout, does get eyes on the setup. He did see the timing of the spawning pool, but he also sees the hatchery on the low ground. This tells us, of course, that there is no proxy hatchery. I mean, technically, this could be cancelled, and we could pull the boy. Yeah, there we go. I was going to say, this could be cancelled, we could pull the boys, and there it is. It is cancelled, the boys are being pulled, and 3-point is completely all in. It's going to be a 12-pool drone pool. Back at home, Estrella, he is setting up. It does have the pylon. Zelda's on the way as well. 2 pylons set up, and ideally, a wall. A full wall as well. Yeah, there's the full wall with that 3rd pylon. But the Lings, they can chip away at the wall. These are melee-based units. We'll see how Estrella's going to be able to hold on. He's going to have to try to re-wall behind this. And there it is. Throws down the gateway. The drones have arrived. And do we have a secondary wall? We do. And the drone will get on top of the Zealot. Zealot goes down. Zealot does fall. Good SimCity so far. Oh my god, that pylon is going to get picked up. Drones, they bust in. The Adept, it looks like it might come out. It might not, actually. It's getting close. Zealot gets surrounded, and the probes, they've been left in the main. They've been left in the main base. The Adept does pop out. But 3 points, I think he has done it. He takes down the final Zealot, gets us around on the Adept as well. Will shade into the main. Oh, impressive. Does survive. Shield batteries are finishing up. Adept did survive. Boys now being pulled. Shield battery is done, and Estrella, he's holding. Yeah, he is holding on. I was concerned that the Adept would not make it out. I was like, yo, if the Adept dies here and now, then it could be over. But the Adept did survive, and Estrella, he cleans up the drones. There's only a handful of Lings left. Oh, he needs a little bit more time, but there we go. GG gets called. Estrella, he does hold, and he will take game number 1. Whew. GG. Oh my god. Very patient play there out of Estrella, and very risky as well to try to bank it all on that final Adept making it out. Did end up spawning in, did survive, did shade into the mineral line where the shield batteries were ready. GG, well played, very impressive defense there by Estrella. Does take game 1, and now we're getting ready for game 2. Getting ready for that second game. Whew. Let's go. As game 2 is going to be on ley lines. Oh, it's going to be on ley lines. Again, it's going to be I believe, I could be mistaken when it comes to the rush distance, but I believe a little bit shorter than Ultra Love. We'll have to look into it. And we'll see if 3 Point goes for another 12 pool or if he does take a different approach. As spawning in the top right hand corner of Ley Lines, we have the American Protoss player, the Red Protoss, leading the series 1-0. Una más. One more is all he needs to make it to the grand finals. It is Estrella. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, once again going for the 12 pool, we have the South Korean Zerg player, the Blue Zerg, representing Team Hyper 1. It is 3 points. Here we go. Now, do we see another 12 pool drone pool? Do we see a 12 pool proxy hatch? We'll keep our eyes on a 3 point. For now, Astray is moving out with his initial probe scouts, and we'll get a read on the aggression. Here we go. So that classic build, DJ. True. I mean, as I just said, re-emphasize once again, 3 points just because he does pull the boys for a second time. Again, because 3 point doesn't often play in SE2 tournaments, and he's a little bit rusty when it comes to StarCraft 2 as well. Like, I'm not surprised by this. He's like, oh look, everything's normal. I have drones, Kappa. As he does sneak out across the map, Astray, he is aware, he saw the lack of saturation. And he's in position to wall off. There we go. Cybercore, second pylon, Zelt's on the way. Ooh. Drones are denied just in time. That was close. That was very close. But the workers are denied. They get a surround on the Cybercore. Cybercore is going to be denied. More boys are being pulled. Never mind. We save the he saves the Cybercore. For now. Does save it. Lings are on the way. Zealot is in production. Second Zealot, I should say. And so far, Astray is holding. Now, Astray, he might not be fully saturating his main, but that doesn't matter, right? Like, 3 point, he has almost nothing at home. He has 4 drones mining. So, Astray, he can afford to have boys here ready at the natural. Ready to protect his Zealot. Second Zealot has arrived. The longer this goes on, the better it is for Estrella. 3 point does drill in. Does try to get this around. Likewise, Astray getting overwhelmed for a moment. He will save that first Zealot. No, he gets surrounded. One Zealot goes down. Second Zealot as well. Massive pickoffs. The Adept will spawn in. But Astray, he has to evacuate. Has to get the hell out of here. Adeptos arrive. Pylons are being targeted. Do we have a shield battery? No. No shield battery in the main. Astray does shade in. Shades to the main base. Once again, boys are being pulled. Ooh. Nice counter probe drilling. Yeah, he does protect the Adept. Oh my god, the body blocking! The Adept survives, doesn't take any damage. Crazy! That was very impressive. And Estrella, he defends. He does defend. GG gets called, and Estrella will take game number 2 in the series at 2-0. GG. The bodyguard probes. Beautiful. Basically, as 3 point was drone drilling Astray, he beat him to it. He was able to probe drill around his Adept, surround it, protect it, hold position on it as well, and make sure that the Adept did not get surrounded, don't get touched by the drones or the Lings. GG. GG, well played. One a death back. That's all you need. Congratulations, Australia will take the series, will advance on to the grand finals. GG. GG, well played. We do have our first finalist, and now we're getting ready for the upper semifinals. Do need a moment to get that going. It's going to be a Terran versus Terran between Bjorn and Nicaract. Go. Is going to be that TVT. And game 1 is going to be on Ultra Love. You said Philadelphia cream cheese. Oh no. Not like this. Not like this. American cheese. Beautiful. But yeah, we have our TVT. Again, Björn is going to be favored to make it here into the Grand Finals, but Nikrat, he has beaten Björn in the past, and I want to believe that he can pose a threat here as well. Do want to believe. As we are getting things ready. And yeah, it has been a relatively fast bracket here tonight. Has been quite fast. I mean, a big reason for that, it's been purely all-ins. A lot of all-ins here tonight, a lot of all-ins. Does it continue? We'll see. But it looks like we're going to be going on a short break. Looks like we're going to be going on a very short break here. Looks like our players need a little bit more time. So take this moment to get some snacks, get some water, get some hydration, hydras, massage your marines, drain your disruptors. We're going to be back in a couple of minutes with Björn versus Nikrat. Be back soon. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. Ooh, hope you enjoyed that lovely brutal OST as we have returned with the upper semifinals of Tenacious Turtle Tussle number 22. A big shout out to Flipper Flatjack in the chat for the 100 bits. Thank you so much for the support. We do appreciate it. It all does go towards our tournaments, towards our event prize pools. Thank you. Thank you so much for the support as we are settling into our best of 3. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Ultra Love, we have the South Korean Terran player, the Red Terran representing Shopify Rebellion. It is Björn. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the Blue Terran player. For the Platinum Heroes, it is Nikrat. Here we go. As we are going to be settling in, and we do have our initial openers. It is going to be double gas here by Nikrat, going for something more aggressive, more assertive, going for a faster factory. Meanwhile, we have Björn opening up with a Rax Expand economic opener here out of Björn, something slightly more aggressive by Nikrat. But finally we can embrace, I'm hoping, at least a longer game state. I mean, it wasn't just the matches that we were covering, but a lot of these matches in general were a little bit faster. They were wrapping up a little bit quicker as well, but I'm happy to embrace a TBT for now. As a bit of a palate cleanser. as Bjorn is getting ready for his expansion. And I'll be honest, actually, I actually haven't seen a TVT on Ultra Love yet. Earlier this week, we were lucky enough to cast Kira versus Oliveira in a Lima League. It was a very intense TVT, but it did not take place on Ultra Love. So I'm curious how this comes into play. I have mentioned in the past that Ultra Love is very defendable, has a lot of choke points, has a lot of ramps as well, has the potential for a long late game. But that does kind of also depend on the players as well. I'm not too certain that Nicorach wants really to embrace that kind of game state. He's typically more of an active player, so I'm expecting him to be the aggressor initially. We shall see. As we do have that delayed command center on the way for Nicorach. Getting to his initially Reaper Hellion. No reactor yet. Just Reaper Hellion to begin with. And we'll see what Nicorach can get done. With this initial composition, he can move out. He can, of course, threaten the bases. And try to dive in. Meanwhile, Bjorn calming things down. Getting to his own 1-1-1. Tech Lab is on the way. This could be just for tank production. Could be for an add-on swap into earlier Raven. I mean, again, Raven tank is kind of the bread and butter of TVT. In the current meta. We have seen some Banshee play, but it's quite rare here in this matchup as well. It isn't often embraced. Going initially for the Cyclone. Okay. Very safe play. Going for the Cyclone. Yep, there's a second Tech Labs. This will eventually lead into Cyclone, into Tank Raven. Tank Raven on the horizon. Likewise, Nicorach as well, working towards a similar setup. Also, Nicorach did not move out. He's got his triple Reaper, double Hellion, but he has stayed back at home playing more defensively. Nicorach has seen nothing. Likewise, Bjorn also has seen nothing as well. Neither player has really moved out, both players being just defensive, setting up, building up their armies. Interference Matrix being researched here by Nicorach. Bjorn should not be too far behind. And we can settle in. Can calm things down. And build up. And there's the first sign of a greater economy here. Third CC on the way for Bjorn, much faster. We did speak about this previously, but a lot of the Korean players, just a lot of the top Terran players as of late have been embracing these faster third CCs in TVT. They're getting faster and faster as of late. And speaking of, yep, third base also on the way for Nicorach as well. So we're headed to the mid game. For the first time. I mean, we were able to embrace the mid-game between Geralt and 3-Point earlier today. True, but, I mean, here we're kind of more passively or more seamlessly transitioning into it. No major aggression, no major move-outs. We are calming things down and expanding and embracing a longer game state. So we'd love to see it, to appreciate it. Oh boy. I'm not saying yet that we're going to be here for a while, but it's looking to head in that direction. And Stim is on the way. Once it kicks in, then Bjorn can be active. Keeping an eye out for extra Raxes. Interesting add-on. No shot. Mech? Are we going to throw down extra... Okay, we're good. Wait, what? Okay. Just going for an add-on swap. For a moment, I was curious if we were going to be going for a factory on the reactor or something like that, but no, never mind. Just an add-on swap into Stim with extra Raxes behind us. Thank God. We are embracing Bio. Now, Bjorn is going to have a bit of a lead coming into this. As a reminder, Bjorn did have the faster expansion. He has a slightly better economy. And with said better economy, he's going to be able to get into 1-1 that much faster as well. 1-1 upgrades on the way. Stim as well. This is going to be an earlier timing for Bjorn. As Nicorach will have a faster or a slightly higher tank count. On top of that, Nicorach is already embracing Viking production. That is something that Bjorn is avoiding. It does typically avoid as well. Bjorn is usually a very active player here with Mass Marine, with a heavier Marine composition, less so Viking. there is that bit of a give and take where Nickrat, he's going to be looking for air control. Bjorn is going to be looking to avoid those Vikings and try to skirt around the edge and go for drop play. Or try to outmaneuver the army of Nickrat. We'll see if he can. So he's building up more Marines, more medevacs. Is being active. Nickrat, he did spot the expansion. He is aware. Taking his own. Army's getting in position. And Bjorn, he moves out. And as a reminder, Bjorn, he's going to hit with 1-1. He will have that upgrade advantage. 1-1 over 0-0. Nickrat does spot the army. He knows. Getting in position. The Ravens are ready. He's ready to disable. Yeah, tanks are disabled from both sides. Auto targets get thrown down as well. Oh, and Nickrat, he's going to be able to hold on. As I say that, auto targets get thrown down. The tanks, they survive. And tanks, they break out of the disable. They shut down the tanks of Nickrat. Ooh, massive shots going off. And Bjorn, he's gaining ground. He's going to be able to rotate. As the dust settles, looking at the trades, both players lost their bio army. That is true. But Bjorn, he maintains a higher tank count. Didn't lose a single tank. Not yet. Now he's pushing towards the third. Gets a Viking. Nickrat trying to hold on. So far, so good. Does keep up. Bjorn looking for another way in. Boosting in. Oh my god. He goes for the dive. Loses one tank. A second tank goes down. But he gets two himself. Gets three. Takes off three tanks. I'm going to try and keep pushing. Cannot quite break the third. He's getting within range though. Is within range. Gets another tank. Yoni's got two tanks left. And the boys are being pulled. Nickrat, he should break this contain. It barely cleans up the tank. It will cost him 8 SCVs. But Nickrat holds. Nickrat, he does hold on. Behind this, Bjorn, he's fully saturated, getting a fourth base on location. Does have an 18 worker lead here over Nickrat. May have lost his army, but he has the greater economy. And both players, their tank counts were reset. Nickrat, more importantly, did save his Ravens. He did save his own Ravens. The Ravens of Bjorn were thrown away because of the Viking count of the Blue Terran. So Nickrat, he has his own advantages. Like Ravens, they can be so crucial, so useful here in these fights. To disable tank lines. And to make up for an otherwise tank deficit. So Nickrat, he can pull this off. Does rotate. Does rotate around. Oh. Does seem for a moment the tank. Ooh, is not going to get picked off. Very nice pick up there. Nickrat with the micro. Saves the tank. When there's a disable, Nickrat, he breaks out. Gets a tank. Not bad. Picks up a tank and backs off. But what's concerning to me here as the armies were posturing is that Bjorn does get away with his fourth. It's fully saturated, he has a better economy, and that will soon be reflected in the army supply. The supplies are quite similar for the time being, but Bjorn, his production is about to kick in. And he's got 2-2. Oh my god. Gets a Raven, there's one Raven left. Gets on top of the tanks, and the bio army of Bjorn is overwhelming. Just mass marine. He stims. And he wins. GG gets called, and Bjorn takes game number 1. GG. Again, where other Terran players may focus on air control or focus on their tank counts, Bjorn focuses on his mass marine, papi. Again, he had the better upgrades. He had 2-2 over his opponent. A nice spread. Did overwhelm Nickrat. GG. GG, well played. What I will say, though, is that coming into the mid-game, I was very impressed by Nickrat's defense. He did have some good moments, don't get me wrong. Did have some very nice moments. But alas, was caught out of the open and did lose his army there. With that, we're now getting into game number 2. Let's go. Jumping into game 2, it's going to be on ley lines. And this morning, in the top right-hand corner of ley lines, we have the South Korean Terran player, the Red Terran, representing Shopify, leading the series 1-0. It is Bjorn. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponents, we have the blue Terran player for the Platinum Heroes down in the series. We'll see if we can bounce back and force the ace match. It is Nicorette. We go. A very intense game one there. I mean, it had a relatively slow start where both players were building up to their third bases, but again, beyond, he was able to get there slightly faster, get a faster third, had slightly better saturation, and eventually did overwhelm with a greater economy on 4 bases, up 20 workers, and with a higher marine count as a result, did overwhelm Nicorette. This time, double gas. Double gas out of Beyond, double gas out of Nicorette as well. We could see a more explosive start to the game because of this. Go. So we are going to be settling in. And again, as a reminder, Australia, he is patiently waiting for the winner of this series. Knows it's going to be a Terran, just still yet to confirm which one. Does have a moment here to get ready, get some food. Factories are now on the way for both Beyond and Nicorette. Have our factory follow-ups. From here, this can lead into additional Hellion Reaper production, can lead into Cyclone production as well. There are options. So Nicorette moves out. He does scout for a proxy racks. Checks the linear third and fourth base location. Just making sure that nothing is amiss. I mean, hey, he's playing against Beyond. Beyond, he's more than willing to proxy and cheese. Especially in TVT. So Nicorette just being secure. Beyond doing something similar. Did also scout his own third base location. And we're just building up. Naturals are on the way. Nicorette is going reactor to Reaper production, so he will have the greater Reaper count. And with this, Nicorette, he's going to try to break the natural base of Beyond. He's going to try to overwhelm. As Beyond's getting his own tech lab, should be leading into a safety cyclone. And we're waiting for Nicorette's move out. So he does get that second Hellion. As good as 3 Reapers. 2 more Reapers on the way behind this. And there's that Cyclone for Beyond. Now, Nicorette's goal here, the ideal would be to catch that Cyclone. If the Cyclone falls, then Nicorette can break this position and get some worker kills, get some economic damage. We'll see if he can pull it off. We'll see if he can. So we go 2 more Reapers. They're about to pop out. It's going to be 5 Reaper, triple Hellion. And it's go time. Here we go. Nicorette, he does rally everything across the map. And what is it to defend? There's going to be 2 Reapers, 1 Hellion, a handful of Marines, and that 1 Cyclone. The Cyclone is the backbone of the army here for Beyond. He has to keep it safe. And so far it is. It's further back. Nicorette dives into the natural. Going for the mineral line. Gets 1 SCV. Dives on the main army, and he should be able to break through this. But the Cyclone comes in from the main, from the high ground, and we'll clean this up. Yeah, nice skin up here from Beyond. What did he lose, actually? He lost 4 SCVs. 4 SCVs and 1 Reaper for 3 Hellions and 5 Reapers. A much better trade for Beyond. Nicorette, he was again hoping for more. If the Cyclone was left on the low ground, then again, that could have been targeted down as well. But alas, now Nicorette is exposed, and Beyond counterattacks immediately. He moves out. Beyond has a tank, and Nicorette does not. It's still on the way. And Beyond, can he break that natural? Doesn't look like much. I mean, there is no stim. There are no upgrades for anyone, really. But the disable's about to kick in for Beyond. He can disable the first tank. He can, and he will. Tank is disabled. 1 tank shell goes off. Boys are being pulled. They have to be. How many SCVs go down? Going for the Cyclone. Cyclone falls. Tank gets cleaned up. And Nicorette holds. Nickrack does hold, doesn't lose a single SCV. Very nice defense. And Nickrack, he maintains a worker lead. Whew. So he barely does hold on. Didn't lose the tank. Didn't lose workers. Bjorn has to retreat. And Nickrack finds himself with a nice lead. It's going to be a nice lead here. Building up his tank count, getting into more Ravens. Bjorn doing something quite similar. Third TC is already on the way for the Red Terran. We mentioned this before in the last game, but again, faster TCs are part of the course in TVT nowadays. And there it is, the third base, slightly later here for Nickrack, but only by a couple of seconds. Only a couple of seconds later. As Nickrack is breaking out. And the goal here for the Blue Terran, I mean, I'm sure Nickrack is aware of how well he defended. Now it's all about delaying the third. It shouldn't be about breaking Nickrack, sorry, it shouldn't be about breaking Bjorn. It shouldn't be about killing and breaking into the natural and pushing into the main. Just delaying the third base for as long as possible. Scans ahead of time. Nickrack rotating over. More reinforcements on the way. Does spot the tanks. Nickrack, he gets a Marine. Not quite. Marine gets away. So you can see Nickrack just threatening the natural. Oh, he wants to push in. Does he go for the disables? There's 3 tanks here for Bjorn. Nickrack barely out of range. Ravens coming in from behind. And again, Nickrack, he doesn't have to push into this. But Bjorn is breaking out. Ooh, the disables are brutal. Boys are being pulled. We have a couple of auto turrets, but alas, yeah, Nickrack, he gets caught out. Should not have been here, losing every single tank. Ay, ay, ay. A brutal fight. Even getting a Raven. GG gets called. And Bjorn, he will take the series 2-0. GG. Oh my god. Brutal positioning there. The Ravens, they snuck up on Nickrack. He got completely disabled and completely cleaned up. That was a brutal fight. And congratulations, Bjorn will make it to the finals. Will advance on to the grand finals. What I will say is that, again, Nickrack, he played very well leading up to that point. He was able to take a greater fight previously. He was able to get a better economy as well. Things were looking good. Things were looking better for Nickrack, but unfortunately, he was caught out of position, or he just wasn't aware of the positional play of Bjorn. Was caught with his pants down. GG. GG, well played. A very decisive fight there by Bjorn. And with that, we have our finalists. Here we go. We have Bjorn versus Estrella in a best-of-5 grand finals here for the Tenacious Turtle Tussle. Not the first time that we've seen these two face off. They have played previously, and I do want to emphasize that Estrella has actually been getting the better of Bjorn as of late. They have been going back and forth. I do know that historically Bjorn is kind of like the more notorious player, the greater player. Has a lot of accolades to his name, but Estrella has been improving so much here over the past couple of months. I do think a part of it is, of course, Estrella, he was in Korea. He no longer is, for those that are curious, but he was spending a lot of time in Korea in the lead up to EWC, and it does feel like all that practice is now paying off. Is now paying off. As we are setting up that lobby and getting things ready. Predictions will soon be open. I do apologize. I don't think I opened predictions for the last series. My bad. Was just a little bit engrossed. Oh, that's why. We will be getting that ready. I forgot to close the predictions for the previous semifinals. They just ended so quickly. No. Ended so fast. But it looks like our players, they need some time. Looks like our players, they need a little bit of time here to get things ready. So we're going to be going on a short break. When we return, we will have Björn versus Astrea. We will have that best of 5. As a reminder as well, after this finals, after this series, we will be going on another break to set up all the overlays, and we will be getting ready here for the grand finals of Code for Giants Cup. For those who do not know, we did host a Brazilian tournament, or we did cast a Brazilian tournament last night, but it was interrupted. Electricity went down for one of the players, so it was rescheduled to today instead. And that is going to be Eric versus Master after this series. For now though, again, we're going to be going on a short break. Take this moment, get some food, get some snacks, get some water, drain your disruptors, massage all of your Marines, and we'll be back in a couple of minutes with the finals. See you soon. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to the grand finals of the Tenacious Turtle Tussle number 22. Oh my god. It's been, I would say, a relatively fast event so far. A lot of aggression, a lot of all-ins. We have yet to really embrace the mid to late game yet, but I'm sure we will in this best of 5. And also, if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It's time to get your gamba going. Predictions are now open. Place your bets on who you think will be this week's champion. Best of luck. Best of luck in the chat as we are diving into our fresh best of 5. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Ultra Love, we have the South Korean Terran player, the Red Terran representing Shopify Rebellion. It is Björn. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, but also going for a proxy. I was hoping for a longer series, and I mean, we still might get one, but in the top right-hand corner, and also proxying across the map, we have the American Protoss player, the Blue Protoss. It is Astrea. Let's go. Let's go, Bobby, let's go. As the pylon has been placed, gateway has been thrown down. It's going to be a 2-gate build here by Astrea. 1 gateway back at home, 1 across the map. This should be for a proxy zealot. Initially, it's going to be proxy zealot here with the initial gateway from Astrea, and to reinforce stalkers and adepts. Oh boy. So hyper aggression from the Protoss. There's that first zealot on the way, as we did mention. Basically, the way this works is that by the time the zealot walks across the map, the cyber core would be done, and then a stalker can reinforce with the proxy gateway here instead. So it all kind of lines up to all hit across the map. Meanwhile, Björn does go for an economic opener. It's going to be a Rax expand, so this is ideal for Astrea. The downside, though, is that Björn is going for the CC on the high ground. which means the likelihood of this base being cancelled is that much lower. If this CC was on the low ground instead, then Astray, he could show up with the Zealot, with the Stalker, with the Adept, he could delay the command center and maybe force a cancel, and that would be ideal. That'd be all that Astray would want, and then he could expand and macro. Alas, Byun is playing safe, he's fully walled off, and his CC is secure. Meanwhile, Stalker has arrived. Did Astray cancel the Zealot? Oh, interesting. It looks like he did. That makes sense. Now, I believe Astray, the reason why the Zealot was cancelled is because he saw there was no CC. He saw that because there's no command center, there's no use for the Zealot, so he did cancel it. Stalker has arrived. Byun, he's aware that the Stalker is faster than normal. And he pulls the boys. Does pull the boys, does repair. So far, so good. Byun, he pulls away, doesn't lose a single worker so far. And with the arrival of the Widowmine, with the arrival of these Marines, Byun should be able to hold on. Widowmine does burrow in time. Oh! Ooh, never mind! Gets started down. Massive pickup. Widowmine falls. Reactor as well. And Astray, he's busting into the main. And can he go for the Marines? There's only 3. Only 3 Marines. A 4th Marine is on the way. Boys are being pulled. We lock the army in. Never mind. Yeah, the wall gets broken. One Stalker gets surrounded. Massive pickup. One Stalker goes down, but so are SCVs. It's going to be 3 SCV kills, almost 4. 3 SCVs. Byun does barely hold. Did lose a lot in the process, though. That was a kill, not a cancel on the Tech Lab. That's 2 add-ons going down. And behind this, remember, Estrella is not all in. He's expanding. He's getting the natural, saturating his bases. Twilight Council's on the way. It's going to be a Blink-based opener, I would imagine. Estrella has the potential to go into something like a Dark Shrine. We'll see. As once again, he shades up the ramp. Goes for the add-on. Doesn't quite get it. Oh my god. Cyclone has arrived. Estrella gets punished. But who punishes who? The Marines, they cannot hold their own. 2 Marines go down. There's 2 Marines left. Astray, he wants the add-on. Up. Oh my god. Still has to respect that Cyclone. More Stalkers have arrived in Astray. He overwhelms. Looks like he has done it. He's breaking the main. There's a tank on the way. It's not even halfway done. And without a tank, without any additional units, how does Byun hold? Depot burns down. Will supply block Byun. Not quite yet. But he's being forced back. Tank is almost out. And Astray, he knows he is so close to breaking Byun. Boys are being pulled. Depot survives just barely. And Byun's holding. Byun is holding on. Tank on the high ground. Siege is up. Can now expand. Take his natural. And remember, Astray, he has been probing up behind this. Oh. Big tank volley going up. Getting within range of the CC. Delaying even further. Behind this, Astray getting ready for his own third. Astray is looking to expand. Here we go. Byun, he does take the natural. Oh! Tank volley going off. Byun, he's holding. Does hold on, gets a second tank, he survives, takes his natural base. And from here, we can continue. I see someone asking in the chat, is this on the PTR? It is. It's actually a part of the title, if I'm not mistaken. I think, yeah, the title of the stream. PTR edition. As we have been hosting a lot of events on the PTR, and I believe this is a known either bug or intentional feature. I think it is a bug, but the Cyclone, I believe, is the current Cyclone on the PTR, even though I believe it should be the other. But that is what is live on the PTR. As Observer goes down, but yeah, that is known. Is known. Byun is getting in position, securing himself, getting into his 3-1-1 setup. Astray getting fully saturated. Now, I assumed it was going to be Blink, and it was. Blink did complete. Now we have Charge on the way. Astray going for a very gateway heavy composition. Mass Blink Stalker into charge lots. A Swarm Toss style. And Beyond has to turtle. Beyond, he has to just turtle up, secure himself back at home. He most likely will not move out until he gets his upgrades. Stim, Combat Shields, 1-1. Hallucination gets eyes on the setup, confirms that there is still no third CC. Spiana does break out. Oh! Nice juggling, nice micro. Saves the tank. Knocks down the pylon and the gateway. And finally, Beyond can be active. As he moves out, Prism is moving in. Prism is on the way. Oh my god! Astray, calm down. Does face check the Zelnaga. Gets punished. Stalkers do fall. Zelze busts into the main, but again, Beyond is in position. He even catches out the Stalkers. Yeah, very nice positional play. Astray does get punished. Astray pulling back, getting a fourth, slightly off center. Those are some big wins for Beyond. There we go. Astray, he does re-center. It's all good. Throws down his fourth. But Astray, he's up against the wall. He's lost maybe a little bit too much. That was 6 Stalkers going down earlier. Beyond pushing in. He wants the Nexus. Nice force fields. Does slow down the army with the tank stable siege. Do siege up. Marines breaking out at the same time. Massive warping across the map. The warping will finish. Marauders under fire. Massive pickoffs. That's going to be what, 1, 2, 3 Marauders going down. Boys are being pulled. Beyond at the same time he does push in. Gets on top of the Nexus. Should force a cancel. And there's a cancel on the expansion. 17 SCVs full. Oh my god, the warping gets denied. Straight, he has to retreat, but he got 17 workers. And again, there is no third base. The orbital isn't even done. Beyond, he's committed. He is committed. Tanks are within range. One tanker is down. Massive tank shots going up though. Oh my god. Straight up bleeding out an immortal. Force to expand elsewhere. The tanks are exposed. Oh my god, Beyond! He exposed his tanks. His pants are down. And he's committed. He's pushing up into the main. It's all or nothing. Mine shots going off. He does get into the middle line. Probes are going down. He's getting some economic damage. But he won't break the main army. Straight chases him back. Backup fourth is on the way. Bit of an awkward expansion, but it's on the way nonetheless. It's fine. And Astray, he maintains his Colossus count. Did lose an Immortal, true. Did lose an Immortal. Did lose a lot of gateway units, but he maintains the Colossus. And even though Beyond is expanding, remember Beyond, his tank count was reset. He lost all of his tanks. Astray has gained map control, and Astray is pushing. Is pushing. And Beyond, can he survive this? Has a very Marauder heavy composition. That's what the Zelts are for. Baits out the mine shot. Woodmine goes down. Rotating over. War Prism has arrived. Beyond is going to buy some time. Knocks down the tower. Knocks down the rocks. And Beyond, he's stabilizing. He is stabilizing. He's getting his third base up and running. Astray has to back up. And interesting, Astray, he does not reinforce with Disruptors. He's reinforcing with Storm instead. Storm is on the way. Likewise, Beyond is getting into Ghost production, getting into additional Vikings. Getting to a very healthy Viking count. Astray, he sees everything. He's fully aware of the army composition. Does have the observer part on top of the army here of Byun. And the game is going to settle down. Game will settle. Astray getting a 5th. Byun moves out. Will scouts the 4th. Is aware. Oh, let's go. The High Templar auto attacks. Kills a Marine. Crazy. Eventually. How often do you see that? A High Templar killing a Marine without Storm. Let's go. Beautiful. As Byun is breaking out. Again, the army supplies are quite close, quite neck and neck. How many High Templar are there? There's going to be 4. 4 High Templar for Australia. Both players losing their spotted buildings. Australia is going to be rotating. It all comes down to the engagement here. Oh, good storm. Oh my god, the storms! Jesus! Storms are brutal, massive EMP on the High Templar. No more storms left. Army does push forward, but the Colossus kind of gets reset. No more Colossi. Astray, he blinks in, going for the Marauders, and does he have enough? Looks like he barely does not. Okay, lost all of his Colossus in the process. There's 1 High Templar left. Still needs more time for that storm. And Byun holds. Byun, he does hold on. Now is the time to go back into Colossus though. But there it is. GG gets called. Byun, I mean, no 4th base. Doesn't like his chances. And Estrella takes game number 1. Whew. GG. Oh my god. Estrella, again, a very intense game. Very back and forth. Estrella was able to maintain himself for the most part for a long time there. Byun had some impressive engagements, don't get me wrong, but as we saw, Astray, he was up 2 bases. He had a 5th base compared to the 3-base setup here of Byun, and Byun taps out. Now we're getting ready for game number 2. Whew. Let's go. Let us go. Again, we have seen Astray defeat Byun many times here in the lead up to this week, but I'm hoping for back and forth. I'm hoping for a game 4. I'm hoping for a game 5. We'll see. We shall see. As again, our next game is going to be on Ley Lines. Ley Lines is going to be a bit of a smaller map, likewise quite defendable in certain places as well. A lot of ramps, a lot of choke points. If you recall, Astray did have a much more aggressive start, going for the initial proxy gateway. And we'll see if he does something similar here, if he just calms things down and gets into a standard game, standard setup. Likewise, proxies are not out of the realm of possibility for Byun. Could embrace that as well. Good. We go. As it looks like Astray needs a little bit of time here, but okay, we're good. We are ready. As we are getting that ready. You know who I haven't seen in a while in our tournaments? Where's Trigger been? Este Trigger. Ay. I still want that Astray versus Trigger show match. Again, they've both been looking so good as of late. And haven't been facing off against each other too often recently either. But there we go. Looks like we have our player. have our setup, and we are getting into game 2 on ley lines. And the pressure is going to be on the Terran player here to bounce back, to have a back and forth series. Or do we see our Protoss get up to match point? Here we go. As spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of ley lines, we have the South Korean Terran player, the Red Terran, representing Shopify Rebellion. Down in the series, we'll see if we can bounce back. It is Byun. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the American Protoss player, the Blue Protoss, representing himself, but he's leading the series 1-0. It is Estrella. Here we go. And this time, there is no probe across the map. This time, there is no proxy. Remember, it was a 2-gate opener last game out of Estrella. He was able to get a very, very comfortable lead after the early game. This time, we do see Byun moving out across the map, setting up for an eBay block. Okay. So again, Byun, he wants to set the pace of the game. He wants to try to force his opponent to react to him instead, and disrupt the build of Estrella. As the SCV does make its way across the map, Estrella getting in position with that probe. Does get the, oh, just in time! Byun a little bit too late, question mark. Feels bad, man. Ay, ay, ay. 1 second too late here. Byun does not get the eBay. And that's a little bit awkward. That's a little bit rough. How do we make use of this SCV? Proxy fact. Oh, yeah. The mental has been broken. Oh, no. Factory is on the way. Byun, he's setting up for a 1-base all-in. This could just be a proxy 1-1-1 with proxy Hellion. We'll see if we go into proxy Cyclone or proxy Tank. If we set up for like an add-on. Alas, there's no room for it at the moment. Oh, boy. Okay. Let's go. Again, that was just 1 second too late. Feels bad, man. Feels bad. Marines are amassing. No. And yeah, 1-1-1. Proxy starport. So this should be a drop into the main base. Now this could be one of two things: either a medevac to drop into the main, or a liberator for Hellions towards the natural and then lib into the main base instead for like a split push. Regardless, hyper committed, basically all in. It's all or nothing here for Byun, and we'll see how this all comes together. Likewise, Estrella back at home, just going for the gate expand. Twilight Council opener into Blink. Blink already on the way. Very fast Twilight Council actually here from Estrella. And he does get eyes on the CC, but that is a very late expansion. Estrella, he should know something is wrong. He should know something is wrong, something is amiss. And how does he react? So he does recheck that natural. Robo has been thrown down. Second gate's on the way. And here comes the drop into the mineral line. Now, as a reminder, 3 Hellions, they one-shot probes. Do one-shot workers. And oh, there we go. 1 probe goes down. He gets a second. Nice SimCity. The rest of the probes are going to be saved. They get another probe here in the main. But nothing too critical. Not yet. Getting 4 probe kills. Dropping over the wall. They're lighting up. Oh my god. Workers do line up for a moment there. Dropping into the natural. Getting up to 5 workers already. Getting up to 6. Oh my god. Getting 7. No, don't like this. That's game. That's game then. And there are 15 workers. Ay. They line up towards the end. It was not a bad defense out of Estrella until that final moment. And then, again, as we saw, 3 Hellions is all it takes to just annihilate a mineral line. 16 probes go down. Oh, no. And, with that, I mean, the worker counts are comparable to each other, true, but Byun, he's gonna have mules. I mean, at least Byun's CC was heavily delayed, true, right? Like, it's a very late natural base, so it's not the end of the world here. Estrella has Blink. He does have Blink. Moving out across the map. Mind shot. No! Mind shot goes off. Okay, gets one probe. Astray, we have to send it here and now. The bunker isn't done. Gets a Marine. Does he have enough Stalkers, though? Gets two. Two Marines go down. One SCV. Delays the bunker. Gets a third Marine. Gets a fourth Marine. There's 3 Marines left. 3 Marines remaining. Astray, he has high ground vision with the War Prism. He can avoid the natural. He can go straight into the main. And again, Astray, he has to send it here and now. Beyond, he's had no factory or starport production this entire time. Only Marine Marauder. How many gates? No, he's supply blocks. Oh my god, pylons are finishing up. There we go, extra Stalkers on the way. Kills the starport. Beyond's trying to keep up. No upgrades on the bio. Dives into the main. Gets on the army. Boys are being pulled. There's 2 Marauders with this. Astray being forced back. Nice control. Doesn't lose a single Stalker. Astray, he has to get the pressure up. He has to keep going. It's 4 CVs. That's a lot of Marauders. That's now 4 Marauders for Bjorn. But Astray, he hasn't lost a single Stalker. Yeah, look at that. Look at those trades. They lose those 17 pros, but the Stalker count is very healthy, very high. Rotates towards the low ground and goes to the bunker. One more volley. Does bring it down. Oof. We'll lose finally 1 Stalker. 1 Stalker falls. The micro though, the juggling. Astrea. Oh my god. He's crazy. He loses. There we go. Second Stalker goes down. Only 2 Stalkers. And it looks like Astray, he might be able to break beyond here and now. He may have lost pros, but it doesn't matter. He just needs Stalkers. That's all he needs, Pappy. Getting on top of the Marauders. The Marauder count has been building up over time. Bjorn hasn't lost a single Marauder yet. He's up to 5. But now they're exposed. Now they are oh my god, they still survive though. There we go. Finally, 1 Marauder falls. Astray, he gets 1. Going for another warp in. There's Stim. Stim does kick in. It's going to be close. Bjarni's breaking through, trading with the Stalkers. Nice juggling here out of Astrea. And barely it is enough. GG gets caught in Astrea. He counterattacks. He breaks Bjorn and he will take a 2-0 lead. GG. Oh my god. Again, Astrea, he was hyper committed after losing so many probes. He had to counterattack then and there. And again, Bjorn, he had no tanks, he had no cyclones, he had no factory production, no starport production, only vanilla Marines initially. And Astrea was able to abuse that, take advantage of that. GG. GG, well played. Whew. Astrea takes a 2-0 lead. Unamas. 1 more game is all Astrea needs. 1 more game. Oh my god. Very, very intense series here. It may be a 2-0 so far in favor of Astrea, but he's had to work for it. He's had to work for it back. Here we go. Oh. Calm down, Max Pax, mate. Max Pax who? Max Angel, Bobby. Max Angel. The other Max. Let's go. Oh my god. Here we go, spawning in the top right-hand corner of Hecate. We have the South Korean Terran player, the Red Terran, representing Shopify Rebellion. Down heavily here in this series. Can he bounce back? I mean, he has to, here and now, to force a game forward, to force an ace match. It is Beyond. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the American Protoss. The blue Protoss way leading the series 2-0. Unamas, 1 more game is all he needs to become this week's champion. It is Astrea. I see in chat, does TOS have a battery overcharge or energy overcharge? Energy overcharge. I mean, we've already seen it take place. Has been really cool to see it used on shield batteries, used on sentries, on oracles, phoenixes, High Templar, of course. has just been a very versatile unit. I think in general, most people are in favor, even Protoss players, they do enjoy the new NG Overcharge just because of how versatile it is and how flexible it is. There have been concerns about defending against all-ins, but we haven't actually seen too many Protoss players have issue with that sort of thing. Like, it was a concern coming into the patch, but it looks like it was just, you know, a more theoretical concern so far. But, you know, we're still testing. We're still, you know, embracing more games, embracing more matches. As for now, we do see Beyond going for an economic opener, going for a single gas Rax expand into a more delayed factory, and Estrella back at home and just settling in as well. Now, I should also emphasize this. You may be wondering, Hecate, is that coming in the new map pool? It is not. For those that are curious, there are 6 new maps in the that are in the PTR, and for the veto process, because of how vetoes work, and to keep things fair, we did need a 7th map. A 7th map in the map pool. We did decide, I say we, I guess collectively, tournament organizers, Steadfast, Rotterdam, Chicken Man, Dave Testa, KSRC, Pigosaur Cup, and our tournaments all have been using the same map pool, adding Hecate. The reason for this is because we didn't want to add a current map, otherwise everyone just play on it. I'm referring to like Oceanborn or Alcyone or, you know, Site Delta. If we left a current map in the map pool, then everyone would just play on it and they wouldn't embrace the newer maps. So instead, a bit of an older, kind of middle-of-the-road map was added in Hecate. But that is why you see Hecate in all the PTR tournaments. It is not going to be coming back in the next map pool. It's just kind of like a filler map. Just a filler map. As we do see Beyond now taking his natural. For those that are curious, I believe Hecate was in the map pool, what, in 2022? Right? A couple of years ago? Not too long ago. But around like 2022 era of StarCraft. Maybe end of 2021. As Beyond does move out. He has his Marines, a Cyclone as well. No safety shield whatever here at the natural. Estrella does spot the army. Getting in position. Third base is delayed. Getting 2 probes and a pylon. Estrella coming in from behind. Blink is not yet done. Gets a Marine. Gets 1. Breaks the Cyclone. Breaks the lock-on. So far, good trades here by Estrella. Good control with the army. The medevac! No! Oh my god, full medevac goes down. Massive pickoff. Medevac falls. Bjorn does overextend. And Bjorn is getting shut down. Cyclone comes back in to delay the third base a little bit further. Bjorn, he will find the probe. Actually, going for the prism. Oh my god. Going for the prism. But the main army moves out, and the bunker is not done. Yeah, massive dive here from Estrella. Gets on top of the Cyclone, getting on top of the Marines. There's 4 Marines left, down to 3, down to 2, down to 1. Marines go down. There's a tank left to reinforce. Oh my god. Leaves some brutal losses here for Bjorn. Back across the map, Cyclone did survive, did win the fight. Does delay the third. Even getting another pylon. Oh, does he get it? Oh, barely not. Pylon survives, and Bjorn holds. Whew. Bjorn does barely hold on. Liberator across the map, got 5 probe kills. Amidst all of that, and getting even more. Getting into the natural, getting up to 7. Oh my god. Yeah, late reaction there from Estrella. 7 probes full. And Estrella can now focus on his army. He's got 3 gateways behind this. Going for the bunker. Bunker goes down, no repair. Tank a little bit too far behind, but there's a second tank on the high ground. Breaking this position is not going to be easy here for Estrella, but he can maybe even get behind the middle line and go for the gases. He's diving in. He's crazy! Gets a tank! Snipes the tank, going for the medevac as well. But there's another tank on the high ground, and these stalkers are going down. Oof, yeah, that was not worth it. Astray, I don't think he was aware of the second tank. He does get punished. Oh my god, he blinks in again. He's crazy. Blinks in again. Gets forced back. Bjorn is holding his own, does cost him 6 SCVs. Astray, though, he maintains his position. There's that final tank. Behind this, Astray is getting a third, and there we go. He does start making workers 3 probes at a time. Now, what's important, even though Astray hasn't broken Bjorn, because he's been sniping tanks over and over again, he is delaying the push from the Terran. Does delay the move out. Going for the add-ons, trading with the Marines. Nice control. Astray not losing anything this time. And Bjorn is contained. Bjorn is contained at least until Stim finishes. Once Stim completes, once Bjorn has a couple of medevacs, he can break out. But the pressure is still on Australia to contain. Oh, Bjorn wants the observer. Does get it. Nice snipe. Observer goes down. Australia coming in from behind, delays the CC. Can he force a cancel? He can! One more volley. Command center is cancelled. Astray, calm down. we wanted a game 4, Papi. Oh my god. Crazy. Bjorn dropping across the map, going for the mineral line. Astray doesn't have much of him to defend. He has a sentry, he has some force fields. There we go, does warp in a couple of zealots. Charge is completed. Astray even did invest into the Dark Shrine. DT's waddling in, but there is detection. Does force friendly fire. 3 SCVs. Not bad. 5 SCVs. Does he get the tank? No shot. We have a recall back home. Drop is revealed. Tank goes down. Oh my god. That one DT getting 8 SCVs in a tank. Far too much. And the Dark Templar, they don't stop. Getting in position to delay the third or even scout the third base. Bjorn moving out with a double drop. Likewise, Astray pushing out across the map as well. Now, recall's on cooldown. Remember, Astray, he was forced to use recall earlier to save his third against the first drop. But the pylons do spot the army. Astray does... Oh, he does turn around. Was a little bit indecisive, but does turn back around. Double drop into the main. Astray forced back home. And Bjorn's trading well. Picks up some zealots. Oh, the micro. Juggles the marauders, stimming on in. Almost gets a stalker. And now Bjorn, he breaks out, pushing right through the center. Pulling back, actually. I mean, his drop was cleaned up. So there's nothing to distract. Bjorn now will expand. Dark Templar is going to confirm this. Astray is aware. And forcing out a scan. Gets 3 more SCVs, 4 more SCVs. And now Astray can finally start to embrace some splash damage. Colossal production has begun. Charge us into the main. Blink is on the way for those Dark Templar. As he gets 7 SCV kills. Zealots, they distract, the main army pushing out. And what is it to defend the third? Just some bio. There's a tank on the high ground, just the one tank. Ghost production has begun, the main army is spotted. Bjorn knows. We'll stim in. Oh, the force, oh my god! The force was a brutal. Widowmine and the Marauder go down. Drop here towards the third. And GG gets called. Bjorn gets pulled apart. Estrella with a massive lead, and he will take the 3-0. Estrella will be this week's Tenacious Turtle Tussle champion. GG. Oh my god. 3-0. GG, well played. We have seen Estrella defeat Bjorn. It was like a couple of weeks ago, but I believe that was in a best of 3, not a best of 5. So 3-0 is a very strong statement here. Again, just a very chaotic series overall. We had a lot of aggression early on. I mean, we saw game 1, Estrella with the proxy gateways. Likewise, game 2, Bjorn with the proxy 1-1-1. Just a lot of chaos, a lot of aggression. Game 3 was a lot more standard, a lot more back and forth. But even then, Estrella was able to gain a lot of momentum early on as well for punishing Bjorn's move out, punishing Bjorn being active on the map. GG. GG, well played. Congratulations here. Estrella will be our champion. And if you want to help support these players, you want to help support Estrella and Bjorn, you can do so a couple different ways. Check out the Matcherino page, !Matcherino in the chat, and you will get a link to the Matcherino where, of course, the players are being paid out. Shout out to Protostegosaurus for contributing, by the way, for adding to the prize pool. Currently, the prize pool is 225 USD. That's a hefty prize pool. Top 4 are getting paid out. It's not just Estrella, it's not just Bjorn, but it's also going to be 3-Point and Nicaract as well. So, GG, well played. A shout out to the top 4 players, of course. If you want to help support other events, you can do so via Patreon. That does fund Sparkling Tuna Cup alongside our other amateur events. But Tenacious Turtle Tussle is all done via Matcherino. Is all there, is all set up. And congratulations to Estrella. Let me double check, is this his first time winning Tenacious Turtle Tussle? Might be the first time. Let me double check. Trigger, he's won plenty of these, true. It was 2 weeks ago. Yeah, 2 weeks ago. Estrella, he was the number 20 champion. Now, once again, here at number 22. Also, when I'm referring to the previous time we saw Estrella versus Bjorn, that was in Tenacious Turtle Tussle number 19, I believe. Yeah, it was number 19, where Estrella took down Bjorn 2-0, so not bad. Not bad. That was at the end of September. So, you know, a month ago at this point. It was a month ago at this point. And does repeat that success here in a best of 5. Very impressive stuff. Again, just to reiterate, Estrella, he's been improving a lot. We have seen the rate of improvement here by Estrella, taking it to players like Bjorn, like Shin, like Solar, like Dark and Nightmare. Estrella, he spent some time in Korea not too long ago. In the lead up to EWC, there was kind of like a team house that was set up, an NA team house. There was Estrella, Trigger, Future, and Clem. Clem was adopted by the NA boys. As you can imagine, the NA influence was real, but they were all living together in Korea. That was all like in the month leading into Esports World Cup. That led into Clem winning the entire event, of course, and becoming the world champion. But it wasn't just Clem that was getting better in Korea. It was also Estrella, Trigger, and Future as well. And in now the months kind of leading after EWC, we have seen that. We've seen not just Estrella, but Trigger as well perform very well and get better and better results. Claim bigger and bigger wins. It's been very impressive to see the rate of improvement for Trigger and Estrella. And yeah, congratulations. Congratulations. The Tenacious Turtle. Turtle. Oh god. Oh no. But very well played. Congratulations. Congratulations. With that, Estrella will take the win. And we are not done here for the night. For those that are curious, if you want to tune into the next Tenacious Turtle Tussle, it is going to be in 2 weeks. In 2 weeks' time, we will have our next event. Every 2 weeks, we will have this tournament, and it is open to all. Open to all. And at least for the duration of the PTR, we will be hosting our event on the PTR as well, on the new maps, on the new patch, for as long as we can. Once it goes live, of course, we will switch over to the regular servers, to the regular game state. That is kind of our current plan moving forward for events like this, and also for Sparkling Tuna Cup as well. The reason for this, one, it is on the one hand, you know, refreshing to experience these new maps and to experience a new patch, but more importantly, I do want to try to just provide as much in a way, like data as possible for these matches, for this patch as well, for the map pool, to be able to provide some feedback to ESL, to the Balance Council, to Blizzard, to make sure that it comes out in the best game state as possible. It isn't just us, you know, taking the initiative to do this, but other Open Cups as well. I believe the next KSL, the next Korean StarCraft League, is also going to do the same. Pegasaur Cups alongside KSRC, the Kalara Steadfast Rotterdam Cup as well. A lot of these open tournaments have been embracing the PTR. Have been embracing it. And even Wardy's been hosting his own PTR tournament as well. But with that, GG. GG, well played. And we're not done tonight. We're not done for the night. We're going to be going on a relatively short break, like 5 to 10 minute break. I do need time to set up all the overlays. I have to change all the overlays. I have to get things ready, because up next we are going to be casting the grand finals of Code for Giants Cup. You might be wondering to yourself, Code for Giants Cup, what is that? Well, yesterday we were live with a Brazilian tournament. There was a Brazilian, we do host a Brazilian bi-weekly tournament. Every 2 weeks we do host Code for Giants Cup, and we were in the middle of the grand finals. We were in the middle of the finals, and the power went out. Not for us, for the players. The electricity went down for Master, the Brazilian Protoss player, in the middle of the finals. Because of that, we could not finish the finals, and we're going to here and now. So we did reschedule. We rescheduled to the next day, to today, and Eric versus Master, that best of 5 will conclude after this break. The finals, or those matches, were actually being played while we were live. So while we were casting the Turtle Tussle, that's when Master and Eric were playing their games. So this is going to be a replay cast. It is going to be a replay cast. I mean, the replays are a couple of hours old. They're like 2 hours old or something, so they're not too old, but we will be hosting those replays and crowning this week's Code for Giants Cup champion as well. Oh boy. So that is the plan. So we're going to be going on a short break, and then we'll have a Zerg versus Protoss. Otherwise, hope you all enjoyed yourselves. Hope you all had a great time. Again, if you want to follow us, you can, or if you want to support us, you can follow us on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, and Discord. All things CranKy Ducklings. If you want to tune in and follow us, we do post whenever we go live on all the social medias. Likewise, we are also live over on YouTube as well. Exclamation mark YouTube in the chat. We do have our YouTube channel. We do stream on both platforms at the same time. And if you maybe won't be tuning into the Brazilian event, we'll be live later on tonight in like 7 hours. In around 7 hours time, we are going to be live here with the Podcast. The Podcast is our weekly talk show where we go over the week's events. We go over the week's tournaments, any weekly news, PTR changes, balance changes, any other things occurring in the scene. We do cover in the podcast. So if you don't have the time in your day to watch all the tournaments, and if you want to kind of get like a wrap-up show, we got you covered. So yeah, that's in 7 hours. 7 hours time, so you can get some rest, wake up in time for, in a way, some more StarCraft. Otherwise, we're going to be going on that short break. Again, it's going to be like 5 to 10 minutes. Take this time, get some snacks, get some food. I have to change all the overlays and get the replays ready for the finals. See you soon. See you soon. Also, before we wrap up the Tenacious Turtle Tussle, a shout out to Mark BT and to Stegosaurus as well for boosting the prize pool and for sponsoring the event. This event would not be possible without Mark BT, a very passionate fan of StarCraft, was in the chat earlier. I'm sure was tuning in. I'm sure elated to see an American champion as well. Congratulations to Australia. And yeah, thank you so much to Mark BT. Thank you. As we're going to be going on that break, we'll see you shortly again in 5 to 10 minutes. See you soon. welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to the finale, the conclusion here of Code for Giants Cup number 14. This is a tournament that originally we casted yesterday, but it was interrupted. It was disrupted. Unfortunately, the electricity went out for one of our players for Master. Electricity went out. Because of that, the finals was disrupted. We were actually in game 3. We were tied up 1-1, and we had just begun game number 3. Alas, we did have to, of course, reschedule this finals, reschedule these matches, and we can now dive into them here tonight. Oh boy, it was a great tournament last night, by the way. To make it to the finals, of course, Eric, he is one of our own. We're a little bit biased here for our boy Eric, but Master, he's still a very strong player himself. Master, I would say, is the best Protoss player in all of Brazil at the moment, in all of Latino America. Meanwhile, Eric is a very unorthodox player himself, very creative, very innovative as well when it comes to how he plays, how he does approach StarCraft in general, and he can be a very quirky, very difficult player to keep up against. We'll see how this series does conclude. We're going to be jumping into game number 3. Oh boy, it's going to be on Oceanborn. And if you're in the chat, predictions will soon be open, so you can get your gamma going and place your bets. Best of luck. For the time being, we are tied up 1-1, and this is a best of 5. Oh boy, we'll see if we can go the distance here, or if we have a bit of a shorter series instead. Meanwhile, if you're in the chats, predictions are indeed open. Best of luck, baby. Spawning in the bottom right-hand corner. I forgot to get rid of the turtle. In the bottom right-hand corner, we have the Brazilian Zerg player, the blue Zerg, representing the CranKy Ducklings, as he is one of our own. What does he stand for? He stands for endurance, righteousness, intellect, and kangaroo. It is Eric. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the Brazilian Protoss player, the red Protoss representing Team Hellfire. It is Master. Here we go. We have our two competitors here. And again, it has been quite a back and forth so far. Now we're able to conclude this final. So far, it is going to be the hatch first. Okay, let's go. In a way. It is going to be a hatch first here from Eric, going for a 15 hatch early on. Meanwhile, Master going for his own gate expand to lead up and to delve into this game. Oh boy. Now, when it comes to Eric and his playstyle in this matchup, he does often play with early pool timings, early hatchery timings as well. So far, everything's looking standard, but typically Eric is more of an aggressive player. We have seen him play with mutas from time to time in this matchup, but mutas can be quite difficult to get away with. Very difficult, as if they get scouted, they can be punished quite hard. As Master does dip in, does scout, does confirm that everything is looking as it should. No early gas, no early pool, no early anything really. So everything is looking normal so far. Meanwhile, back across the map, Master's getting into his own standard opener as well, settling in. Now, Master does typically thrive in the mid-game. He's very mid-game oriented, whether it comes to Blink Stalker aggression and Blink Stalker control, Glaive Adepts as well. Master can be very aggressive, very in your face. Again, Eric, I'm sure, is aware. Like, both Eric and Master are very familiar with each other, have played many times over the years. See what the plan is going to be. For now, Eric, he pulls out a gas, does have enough for link speed. The link speed is on the way. Still just saturating his bases, getting his natural. Setting up for his third. Master does get eyes on this, will chase. Eric, he sends out 2 drones. He fakes out the third on the left, and he will take the vertical, or the linear third instead. Also, after this game, we'll get rid of the turtle. As we did just finish casting this week's Tenacious Turtle Tussle. No. As Master does move out, it is going to be a Stargate opener back at home. So everything looking normal so far. Should be Stargate into Oracle. Adept does threaten a shade. And again, we'll keep an eye on the gases to make sure nothing crazy is going on. And does confirm. No layer, no gas saturation, or no prioritization of the gases. Master backs off. Now joining up with the second Adept. 2 Adepts, they can one-shot drones. They can one-shot Worker, so he can wreak havoc in the mineral line. Eric has to respect it. Has to keep up. So far, so good. Adepts, they commit to the shade. They do commit. 2, 3, 4 links going to be going down. But it looks like Eric, he will clean up at least one adept. And doesn't lose any workers. That's what matters most here. Not a single drone has fallen. Meanwhile, the Oracle has since arrived. Eric, what does he have at the natural? He's got 2 queens. 2 queens at the natural. Likewise, just the 1 queen in the main. Spores are in production. And Eric, he does threaten the third. He wants the adept. He wants it. He's going to get it. Lings, they arrive. They take down the first adept. There's 1 more left. Gets surrounded. And the Oracle is forced to activate its Pulsar Beam. Oracle is forced to be defensive. That's also a nice little win for Eric. Just wasting the energy defensively instead. Means that there is that much less to attack. I should also emphasize, I should have mentioned this earlier, but Code for Giants Cup is, as you can imagine, played on the current patch and the current map pool. That's why we're on Oceanborn. This is not on the PTR. Otherwise, we'd be on different maps. As a Master just waiting for additional oracles. First one gets across the map, but there is a swarm in position, and Eric holds. Eric, he is holding. Additional adepts on the way. Oracle hits the main. Oh. Eric, he keeps up. And gets a probe across the map, not too bad. Gets 1 worker, getting to his lair. Evo Chamber's on the way. Roach Warren is done. And this should be for +1 range, I would imagine, to get into Roach Aggression. And it is not uncommon to see 3-base all-ins on Oceanborn just because of how exposed and vulnerable the third base is. What I'm referring to here is that there's no ramp, there's no high ground, there's no high ground at the third, there's no choke point either, it's very wide open. Eric is not going for the all-in though, he's droning and he throws down a Hydra Den. Interesting. So it is going to be Roach Hydra for Eric. There's that +1 range, there's that Roach speed. Master still being active. Master has yet to confirm the tech, but he's making his way into the main. Does get eyes on the 4th. And we'll go for it. It will force a cancel. 4th base win finish. Getting into the main. Spots the Hydrogen as well. Now Master knows. Now he knows that lurkers are on the horizon. And that he has to get ready for a more robust style. But now getting to +1 and Blink. Behind this should be working towards either Immortal Production, Disruptors. Looks like it might just be Storm as the Temple Archive gets thrown down. So Archon and Storm on the way here for Master. Yo, meanwhile, fala galera, papi. Obrigado. Thank you so much. Shout out to Cosmos for the raid. Hope you had a great time. Hope you had a great stream. Hope you had a great ladder session as well. Ooh, as the Queens do zone away the Oracles. But we did just wrap up the Tenacious Turtle Tussle, and we are now beginning the finals of Code for Giants Cup. For those that are curious, and I will say already, no spoilers in the chat. Cosmos, he was actually casting this live while we were covering the Turtle Tussle. So while we were casting our tournament, Cosmos was casting these matches at the same time. And because of that, again, no spoilers. we don't know what happens. Don't know the results. As Master does push in. So far, Eric is keeping up. Zoning back the army. 4th base is delayed. As the Lynx are in position, they take down the probe, going for the pylon. Master, he does threaten the push. Ooh. Stasis going up. Eric keeping up. Stutter stepping forward. Nice punish here by Eric. He does catch out the Stalkers. Yeah, some brutal losses from Master. That's what, 3, 4 Stalkers going down. Eric, he keeps pushing. Meanwhile, Storm is done in a couple of seconds. But Master needs a little bit more time. Doesn't need more time. He's 10 seconds away. Now 5. Eric rotating over. Pushing towards the 4th. Storm does connect. Eric, he doesn't back off. He wants that 4th base. He wants it. Collapsing on the main army. Going for that Templar. Forces the Archon. Not a bad trade here from Eric, but he will not get the expansion. Bleeding out Hydras towards the end as well. Eric did overextend. Barely did not have enough, bleeding out even more Hydras. Eric pulling back, but as he pulls back, he has been saturating, he has been taking. Hive is almost done, Lurker Den's almost done as well. Eric, he just has to hold a little bit longer, then he can embrace the Lunkers. Speaking of, Lurker Den does complete. And as Eric is getting ready for his Lurker tech, we have a Sky Tussle on the way for Master. Fleet Beacon, Stargate. Ooh. Once again, nice catch out of Eric. Does find some High Templar. Rotating in between the bases, Lurker upgrades are on the way. And Eric has yet to confirm what's going on. He has yet to see the Fleet Beacon. So for now, he's focusing on Hydra Lurker, which is still okay. Oracle's at the 4th. Ooh, Eric, I mean, his drone count was already quite low. It's getting lower. This is something just very Eric, is just a low drone count. He's on 3-way saturation. He could get away with droning up to 80, but he's staying on a low worker count for the time being. Squeezing out a couple of drones here and there. Focusing on his army. Because of this, Master, he will get away with Sky Toss. Tempest production has begun. Eric, does he spot the Tempest? Oh, not quite. Doesn't spot it yet. Still doesn't know. +1 air attacks on the way. Eric setting up more Spore Crawlers. Still in a very low drone count. Zelaramai does hit the mineral line. More workers going down. Drone losses that Eric he can't really afford. Not like this. The upgrades are insane. +3 is on the way for Master. It's halfway done. Eric is knocking down those rocks, and he's pushing. But by the time he does, there's already too soon to be 4 Tempest. And there's no answer. There's one Viper. There's one Viper here for Eric. Tempest now revealed. Spire gets thrown down. Another Cellar run by Oof. Getting on top of the Queens. Nice transfuse. Eric he's holding. Oh, gets 1 Tempest. Can he get 2? That's a brutal storm on the Roaches. Both Tempests go down. Eric he dives. Going for that Templar. Oh, the storms, they do too much. Oh my god, he sits in the storms. So many Roaches fall. And Hydras. Initially, it wasn't a bad trade for Eric, but he's losing far too much. And look at the economies here. Master is on 83 probes against the 68 of Eric. Eric finally is droning up. Finally saturating some of his bases. But the lack of economy is killing him. As Master is going to be the first to max out. Oh my god. It's a massive Zealot counterattack. Eric's keeping up. They'll take down some of those Zealots. Lurkers, they maintain their position. I don't blame Eric for chasing this down. Again, it is a very, very committed Zealot run by from Master. He does want to get rid of these Zealots. Collapses on the Roaches. Picks off Hydras. Yeah, efficient trade here for purely minerals. For just Zealots. Meanwhile, Tempest pushing forward. They get a Spore. Eric is maxing out. He's maxing out on more Roaches. Okay, interesting move. I mean, there aren't that many Tempests. It's only 3. So it looks like the goal here for Eric is to break the Ground Army. Break through the Ground Army. Get on top of these High Templars. I mean, that's going to be a lot of Storm, though. Storm is not often the answer to Roaches, but with this many Storm, I mean... Roaches, they will still melt. Meanwhile, another Zelrummer gets caught out. So I want to know how many High Templar. 9. 9 High Templar for Master. And he's still just making purely Tempest from those Stargates. Now the Tempest count is getting quite terrifying. Getting quite high. Eric counterattacking with Link Roach. At the same time, Master pushes in with his Stalkers. Eric, he does respond. He does turn back around. That's going to be a cancel. Both armies are maxed. Eric going to be embracing Infestors with Neural. Neural is researched. And Eric, he does have to trade out these Roaches. He's got a bank, but he doesn't have a good army. It's not quite efficient. It runs into the Stalker force instead. Trades with the Stalkers. Is going to be forced back. Mastery's holding his own. More Lurkers morphing in. Ooh, yeah, brutal feedback. Does get a fungal, yoinks 1 Tempest. But Master has a massive bank. He can afford these losses. Another fungal connects. Alas, Eric, he needs a Corruptors. Getting another fungal. Eric, he does counterattack with his Roaches. Stalkers in position. Master, he was ready for this. And he can trade. The Roaches are trying to brute force their way through. There's the overcharge. And again, this just wasn't the best trade for Eric. He plummets in supply. Getting into Corruptor Hydra. Ooh. And there's a revelation. Corruptor's breaking in. Ooh, the storms are brutal. Massive storms here on the Lurkers. Speaking of the storms, oh my god. They connect with the Corruptors. Still plenty of storms behind this. Master pushing in. Raising the army, and Eric, he is out of a bank. Like, he's out of money, out of minerals, out of gas. Eric did just burn everything on Corruptor. And Master, he's just happily just taking more bases. Taking more expansions. He's on 93 probes, which is insane. And again, he's just been trading so well with these Tempests, getting just free units here and there. Corruptors, Lurkers. Another Corruptor. And more Lurkers. Labs are coming in. They do have Duck, but there's not enough Corruptor. There's not enough anti-air. Stalkers, they collapse in. 1 Tempest finally goes down. Not the best fight here for Master. He does Brutus Force into the Lurkers. Jesus. Does Brute Force his way through. Is punished for it. Well, Master, he should still be fine. Master's got a 5k, 4k bank. Jesus. He can lose his army and rebuild a couple of times. Getting up a Hydra here and there, getting a Lurker. And again, just the problem here is just Eric has never been able to afford an army. Yoinks the mothership up for one of the last times. Minus 300, minus 300 also for one of the last times as well. As Master, he does rotate around, gets on top of the Lurkers. The charge will take get on top of everything else. The storms are brutal. And storms the Hydras. Ooh, the nice concave though on the Archons. Eric, he's able to take down and reset the Archon count. Archons go down, High Templar as well. Eric, I mean, that fight, that's maybe the best case scenario for him. The best fight he could have hoped for. But Master, he still has a bank. And he didn't lose any Tempest there, is the problem. Oh, nice fungal. Does Eric get one? Doesn't even get a Tempest, despite the fungals. Master is still outscaling. He's once again breaking out, pushing into lurkers. There's one lurker left. Uno más, papi, uno más. The final lurker goes down, finally. And now there's just that much less on the ground here to stop the army of Master. Now we can reinvest into more High Templar, more Archons, and mortal production has begun. Zealous, they hit the left-hand side, getting into the mineral lines. And Eric is being pulled apart. GG gets called, and Master will take a 2-1 lead. GG. Does take a lead. Again, in a longer kind of game state like that, that is where Eric is at his weakest, is what I will say. Again, Eric, he is just not very prone and not very willing to saturate too quickly and drone up too much. Eric, I don't think he ever really was able to embrace 4-base saturation. He was always up to like 63, up to 69 drones at most. Was just really lacking in that kind of respect. As a result, he was really struggling to, you know, refine his army, you know, keep up with his opponents, remax as well with something that was of higher quality. And GG. GG, well played. Master did pick him apart. And now we're getting ready for game number 4. We'll see if Eric can bring it back, or if it all ends here and now in favor of Master. We'll see. As spawning in the top left-hand corner of side Delta, we have the Brazilian Zerg player, the Blue Zerg, representing the CranKy Ducklings. He's one of our own. He is Eric. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the Brazilian Protoss player, the Red Protoss, representing Team Hellfire. It is Master. We go. Eric going for a 15 hatchery. He's going for the initial extractor trick, most likely a 15-15 opener here out of Eric. Will allow him to get his natural up and running before the probe does arrive. Meanwhile, Master just going for a gate expand back at home. Everything looking normal so far. For the most part. And we are going to be settling in. And I'm sure when it comes to this series and this back and forth, Master, that's the kind of game that he wants, that we saw in that last game. Even though Master isn't necessarily known for his late game, being able to slow the game down and, you know, take away the more chaotic nature of Eric with his aggression, with his run-bys, with his pushes, and be able to just embrace a slower pace is, I'm sure, what Master wants. Well, what is the ideal? Did get it on Oceanborn. Now, what I will say about Side Delta is that it is more wide open. It is more exposed in general here, especially once the rocks get knocked down. It can be very difficult to move out without getting surrounded as a Protoss player. Likewise, the third base and the fourth are a lot more exposed as well. A lot more vulnerable to run-bys, to counterattacks. It isn't as defensive and it isn't as secure as Oceanborn. So it's not going to be as easy for Master to enter that kind of game state, if that were the plan. As for now, we're just going to be saturating our bases, joining up. Master going for his tech of choice. He does run in the pylon behind the mineral line. Interesting. Based on the pylon location, okay, is still going for the Stargate. I was going to say he could go for some hidden tech, like a Twilight Council or a Robo, but it is still the Stargate opener. Still, because it's further back, this could actually be a Void Ray instead of an Oracle, but we'll see. We'll keep an eye on Master. He might just want to make it a little bit more difficult for Eric to scout, just hiding his Stargate, but still opening up standard. Based on the rally here for the Stargate, it does look like an Oracle. A Void Ray would be rallied here to the Overlord instead. So far so good. Adept does shade across the map. Eric is keeping up. Oh, Master, he does finish up the Stargate, is going for the Oracle. His Oracle first. Is rallying. And we'll see if Master has better luck with these initial Adepts. If you recall, last game, Master did lose them without actually trading too well. He did pick off 4 Lings, but only 4 Lings. As he does commit. 2 Lings already, not bad. Ling speed kicks in. Eric, he comes in for this round. He locks down the Adepts. 2 Adepts go down for not a single drone. Once again, not the best trade from Master. He races back. Upon losing 2 Adepts, that also means that Master's third base is going to be exposed. Lings are moving out to delay the third. And we'll see if they can. We'll see if Master can protect it. So Oracle moves out. Master has yet to expand. Lings going for the natural. And they will bring down the Adept. Adept will fall. Oracle hits the natural waste as well, but the Queens are in position. No Spore. But Eric holds. Eric, he holds, he kills the Adept. No expansion, no third. Massive delay here for Master. And finally, he does move out. But again, this is a late third Nexus. Meanwhile, Twilight Council is almost done, and this should be Glaive Adepts. There's 2 more gates on the way. It's going to be 4 gates in total. With a Twilight Council, do we go for Glaives or do we go for Blink? It should be 1. I'm leaning more towards Glaives because there is no Forge, there is no upgrade. There it is, Glaives is the upgrade of choice. Let's go. So Mass is going to be hyper committed here with Mass Adept. Eric still being active. Oracles, they hit the 4th, they get 3 drones, not bad. 3 drones go down, the Oracles, they do survive. Master does get out. Does get away. You know what, Eric, he already has a Roach Warren, +1 range. Roaches are building up, and which is exactly what he needs against the Adept aggression. As you can see here, the Adept kind of slowly building up. Lings haven't seen everything yet. There's at least a handful of Adepts getting ready to move out. As it's going to be, what, 10 Adepts in total. Lings, they threaten the workers. Master shades across the map. How many Roaches are ready for this? 6. 6 Roaches for Eric. That should be enough to hold their own. 1 Queen goes down. Not a bad pickup. Eric did overextend. Trading with the Adepts. Master gets into the mineral line. Nice wall off from Eric. Gets Evo Chamber. But Mastery still gets in and gets 3 drone kills. Doesn't get into the natural though. Eric, he does fully wall off. Nice SimCity. Oh, despite that though, he still gets caught out. It's going to be 6 more drones. Oh my god! Gets 6 drones, but Eric does punish. Takes down an Oracle. Shuts down one of the Oracles. I would say that is a better trade for Eric. Oracles, they gain so much value over time. When it comes to stasis traps, scouting, even defending against Ling run-bys. But if they do get back into the mineral line though, they're not done. Oh, 8, 9 drone, 10 drone kill, 11, 12, oh my god, 13. Can we get 14? Not quite, but 13 drones for 1 Oracle and a handful of Adepts. Still, I would say now a better trade for Master. Master does take an economic lead. He's now up in workers. Eric moving out. But he's not committing. Eric is taking into Hydras once again, taking extra gases, getting fully saturated on 3 bases, and working on a 4th. So Eric, he's macroing up. Likewise, so is Master. We're getting there. Alright, getting there. Prism into the main. Does manage to unload. Oh my god, it's so close to going down. Oh, and it does. Prism falls, massive pickup. Master still does get 5 drones. At the same time, Eric, he finds the main army. Expensive losses. 2 Stalkers get away. Adepts are cleaned up. Oh, for the most part. And there's 2 left. There we go. Now Eric does have momentum with his army. He was able to catch 7 stalkers earlier. And now Eric, he's pushing. Master has Sakai back, getting his 4th. Eric doesn't commit. Interesting. Eric does have momentum, I will say that, but Eric, he backs off. He's taking into a hive, into lurkers. Once again, he's getting into lurker tech. Once again, Eric is playing it slow. He's choosing to play it slow instead. Nice pickups. Gets 3 more stalkers. As Eric moves out, Master is moving in. 3 adepts here towards the mineral line. Eric, though, he wants the expansion. Can he get it, though? That's a lot of stalkers and a concave. Overcharge gets popped. Eric, he has to respect it. He has to back up. And across the map, that's going to be 5, 6, 7 drone kills. Oh, my God. 8 drones. 9. Not quite 10. But 9 workers go down. Mastery's just pulling Eric apart. Cripples the economy. Gets up with the Hydras. Master, he has 74 probes. He has a massive economic lead. And Eric is committed. He's going for a Nidus Worm. Nidus Worm on the way. Hive is finishing up. We'll have access to Lurker Tech. Now, Eric, he can do one of 2 things. He can either just try to turtle and slow the game down and try to make up for his deficit by just building up more and more Lurkers and enter a longer game state, or he can just send it with the Nidus Worm. Could just send it. Once again, Master gets punished. Oh my God! Another 5 stalkers go down. Adepts, they shade into the 4th. They get a queen. They do get eyes on the Nidus Worm at least. Master is aware. That's going to be 8 more workers. The lurker count is standing strong at the 4th. Somewhat. But 8 more workers go down. Eric, he's down to 55 drones. Ay, ay, ay. He is droning, though, thankfully. Eric, he's resaturating somewhat his bases. Building back up. Oh, good. Also, what is the answer to these lurkers? They have been revealed. Master knows. Oh my, so many stalkers go down. Like, what is carrying Eric in this game is the fights. He has punished Master so many times. Looking at the units lost tab, 27 stalkers have gone down. Look at how efficient Eric has been. Eric, he has lost a lot of minerals, but I mean, it's still less than Master here. The trades have been better for Eric. As Master has been bleeding out just far too many stalkers, far too many high-tech units. Eric, his economy is in the gutter, but he's been taking better fights. Better and better fights. And Master needs to calm down. I would love to see, oh, I see supply block. I would love to see Disruptors, Colossus, Immortals, even Skytoss. But he has been stuck on a gateway army. Bay is still on the way. Immortal production has begun. Just now. More lurkers are being morphed in. Overseer moving out across the map. Slow Overseer, as the Overlord speed is not yet researched. The Nidus towards the right hand side. Meanwhile, the Stalker's moving in towards the left. The army is spotted. And Eric is going to try to keep up. Zealot run by into the main. Lurker's ready here at the 4th. Eric, he will deny the 5th at least. Zealot's busting in. That's going to be a kill on the Nexus. Meanwhile, Lurkers are in position. The Stalkers, they achieve nothing. Zealots as well, they don't get much done. They get 1 queen. Zealots, they get 1 queen and 2 drones. Once again, Eric taking better fights. Better trades. You can see Master attempting us around. Ooh, Gets the Nidus Worm. The Nidus finishes up. Eric headed towards the southern expansion. Oh my god, no detection! Okay, there's an observer. There is an observer with the army, with the stalkers. Eric pushing in, going for a split push. Once again, where's the observer? It's a little bit far behind. Yeah, big shots going off. The lunkers! Oh my god. Finally, detection has arrived. At the same time, Eric pushing between the bases. Ooh, Eric overextending a little bit. These are expensive losses. Lurkers are going down. Up. Doesn't get the disruptor. Doesn't quite get it. That was how many lurkers? That was 14 lurkers falling. Ay, ay, ay. Expensive losses for Eric. And remember, Eric, he has a low drone count. He's got 74 drones. Is trying to remax. 11 lurkers on the way. Nidus Worm into the main. Is spotted. Masher does deny it. He is pushing in. Oh, nose going up. They get a lurker. One lurker goes down. Here come the yoinks. Gets both disruptors. Oh, and an immortal as well. Both immortals. Two immortals go down. There's one immortal left. And Master Pigos with those Vipers. And again, I want to say that for the past like 5+ minutes, maybe almost the entire game, Masher has been ahead in economy. Master has been up in probes, but these fights have been brutal. That is going off. Better connections here for Master. Pops off against the Hydras. Master down in supply. Sorry, Eric down in supply. Runway does hit the would-be 5th. Master double expanding. Taking bottom left. Master is maxed out. Now, as a reminder, Master is still just focusing on a ground-based army. No Skytoss transition. Just making more disruptors. Pushing in. Eric trying to keep up. Vipers that topped up full of energy. And he does get the abductions. Takes down the Immortal. Does trade well against the Gateway army. Ooh. That's a kill on the 5th. Master does get one lurker. Oh, please not the observers. Observers go down. Master still maintains map control. Again, I would love to see a fleet beacon here. Like I think that'd be necessary against this many lurkers. But Master, he's been holding on. And how many disruptors? 8. That's a lot of disruptors. That's a lot of Novas. Eric spots the expansion. Master pushing in. Denies the spine crawlers as it kills on cancels. That's going up. Gets a lurker. Nidus Worm does complete. Oh my god. Master has to be careful. Gets a Viper. One Viper goes down. Meanwhile, the lurkers, they get behind the mineral line. Master gets one more lurker. Novas, they pan out. They get a second lurker. All the Vipers exposed. Gets the Viper. And no abductions. Both Vipers fall. And he's committed. He will bring down the base. Ooh. Pushing into lurker fire. These stalkers, they're being thrown away. A lot of stalkers go down. Snipes the observer. Nova goes off. Massive connection. But no detection. No detection for Master. He cannot push into that lurker. And Eric keeps going. He keeps pushing. Lurkers, they hit the 4th. Lings, they go into the 3rd. Oh, stalkers are ready for this. Ooh, a lot of Lings being thrown away. Eric, he wants the expansion. Ooh, avoids the Novas. I think that was one lurker going down. 2 lurkers now. But Master, he's down to a 1 base economy. He's mined out here at the natural, mined out in the main, half a base left. Master, he just lost both bases. And now suddenly the Protoss doesn't have an economy, but he does have an army. And again, that's a massive force. There's 8 lurkers left for Eric. Master pushing in, Observer lagging a little bit behind, but it is coming in from behind. It is just the one Observer. Notice going off, massive connections on the Hydras. Hydras do go down. Oof. Once again, the Novas are brutal. The Novas are brutal. They take down the lurkers, they take down the Hydras. Observer survives. I was going to say the one chance for Eric is sniping the Observer, but he didn't get it. Still has a base operational. Oh my god. Still punishes. Novas don't quite connect. Oh, they craze the army, but the lurkers, they stand strong. The lunkers. Oh, one lurker still gets a couple of hits in. But the last Master, he breaks through, takes down all the lurkers, pushing in towards the third. Oh, the blinding cloud. Puts in a little work. Lurkers, they get a couple extra hits in. There's one lurker left. Final lurker goes down. Oh, despite that, GG gets called. Wait, did we lose the detect chain? Wait, did we lose the Observer? No shot. Wait, hold on. GG gets called. Master taps out. I mean, he didn't have an economy behind this. Eric did. Did he lose that final Observer? I need to see. I need to see what just happened. Okay, he keeps... Hold on. Oh, he did. But still, he could have kept going there. GG gets called. Master, no faith. He taps out, and Eric ties up the series. Ties up the series, papi. Ay, ay, ay. GG. It was still so close, though. Still so close. Again, Master, he had no economy. True, right? He had no money behind it. That was all he had left. Eric, he still had reinforcements on the way because he had that northern expansion. Very close game. We're going to game 5. Oh my. And what a game 5 as well. It's going to be on Dynasty. Ay, ay, ay. He would have died to the panic. Yeah, he would have died to the reinforcements. Like, they were reinforcing Lings. Not just that, I don't know if you remember, there were 3 spine crawlers at the northern expansion. There were 3 spine crawlers there as well. So if he had kept pushing. But, whew. GG. GG, we're going to the ace match, and spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Dynasty, we have the Brazilian Zerg player, the blue Zerg, representing the CranKy Ducklings. It is Eric. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponent, we have the Brazilian Protoss player, the red Protoss, representing Team Hellfire. It is Master. Gas first. Hello, Eric. What's the plan? Is going for a gas first build, gas pool. Now, this could be a couple different things. This could be a Bane bust. This could be a Roach Rush as well. Aggression. Regardless, it is going to be a very aggressive start for Eric. We're loading into Dynasty. Dynasty is one of the most vetoed maps in the map pool. It has made it through here, the vetoed process in this best of 5. And we'll see if Master can keep up with the aggression of Eric. Here we go. Going to keep going as Elsa's army, and he has 0 economy. Yeah, as we mentioned, as we did mention, again, Master, he was on a half a base economy. He lost his 4th, he lost his 5th. Despite Master resetting the lurker count, he did not have enough to keep going. And Master, he will scout the tech. He does scout the gas, does scout the spawning pool. He checks for the expansion. There is none. Not yet. And we'll see if Eric pulls out. Based on the fact that he only has 2 mining gas, it looks like he will pull out. Yeah, does pull out. So only link speed. It is not a Bane bust. It is not a Roach Rush. It is fast links, though. It is fast link speed, I should emphasize. And we'll see what Eric is able to accomplish with this. I'm not too fond of this initial opener. Like, all Master has to do is just wall up and wall off. It should be fine. We'll see what the links can accomplish. As Master, he's freely expanding, taking the gold. This is the reason why this map is often vetoed, because the gold base can be freely taken by the Protoss. Eric is going for the gold here on the other side. Master doesn't quite confirm. But I guess that's maybe the purpose of this opener for Eric, isn't to get damage done, it's to gain map control. Because of the early link speed, it means that Master can't really be active with the follow-up adepts. It means that link speed is done in time, and the adepts, they can't really threaten the gold. So it looks like, again, the purpose of this is to keep Master pinned. To keep him busy. Keep him back home. Stargate is on the way. And Eric can now saturate the gold. Now, once this gold base is taken, usually Zerg players, they will hyperfixate and prioritize the high-yield gas geyser, and then this leads into 2-base roach all-ins. Here comes the Maynard. Eric, he will transfer. And we'll see if he does go into roaches or into something different. Lings, they do get on top of the adept, not bad. First adept is going to go down. Oh, interesting. It's going to be a Void Ray opener. Okay. I mean, Void Rays, they can gain map control, sure. In a way, they're not as versatile as Oracles. Just a very safe response out of Master. Hello, Queens? Eric, is he going to go for some Queen harass? Let's go. This I'm not used to seeing, but okay. Let's go. The Queens are waddling in. Eric, he is here to spread creep. The goal, I believe, should be to cancel the hatchery and to spread creep just in time. Oh, there it is. There's a cancel. And there's a creep spread. Going for the proxy spore. My god. And this is what I mean when I say that Eric is very creative. He's very creative and very unorthodox. And yeah, let's go. Spore rush. The spore is morphing in. The queens have arrived. And the goal here is for Eric to deny mining at the gold. Let's go. He's crazy. Okay, slowly pushing forward. Getting within range. Spore is pushing forward as well. Eric has yet to reveal himself. Meanwhile, the gold base is being saturated. Oracle does get a handful of workers, but Eric, he has arrived. And he's pushing in. Kills a probe, denies any mining, spores in position, and that means Oracle Void Ray can't really do much here. Can't really do much about this army. Spine Crawler's on the way. Oracle, oh no! The Spore! Spore pops off, takes down the Oracle. Oracle goes down. I don't think Master was quite expecting the Spore. Does reposition. The Stalkers, they are not within range of the Spore, barely not. They are within range of the Spine Crawler, though. Spine Crawler taking hits. Lings massing on the right-hand side. Going for the mineral line. Master does have a shield battery. Forces a cancel on the Spine Crawler. Massive pickoff. There is going to be an overcharge, though. But the Lings, they go for the shield battery. They force a recall. Shield battery will fall. And there is a Void Ray, but it takes so long to deal with all these Lings. That Voids are being pulled, Zell gets surrounded. Lings, they take down the Zealots, the Stalkers, the Adept as well. And they're going for the pylon. They're going to deny. Oh, they try to deny the warp in. They barely will not. But they get a kill nonetheless. Now, can these Lings get the Nexus? They shouldn't be able to, not with this warp in. At the same time, though, the Spine Crawler does finish. And the Spine Crawler should be able to get within range of the mineral line and out of range of the Stalkers. Yeah, the Spine is ready. The shield battery will buy some time. Oof. Blink is still not done for Master. Still mining, though. Still just weathering the storm. There's the overcharge. The overcharge gets popped. Spine Crawler falls away. Oh my god, a Clutch Transfuse. The Spine Crawler gets saved. The Void Ray goes down. Massive pickup. Void Ray falls. Eric, he maintains the position. Massing on more Lings, more Roaches. Ay, ay, ay. And Master, he was otherwise distracted. And now Eric, he can start killing these probes. Remember, Overcharge is now on cooldown. The Ravagers have arrived. The Biles! Oh my god. Massive connections, 7 probes go down. And Eric, he has controlled this position, takes down, denies the shield batteries. Lings, they collapse in once again. Don't get much done. Eric pulling away. Now, Eric is still in a very low economy. He's on 33 drones, very low worker count, but Master is also only on 2 bases. Only on 2 bases, and Eric, he has the gold, so he makes up for that. So he makes up for his lower economy, or lower drone count, I should say. Does get the gold. Going for the pylon, can even depower the gateway and the forge. And you can see Master, he's just given up on the gold at this point. He will not take it. I watch a game like this over any pro game. I mean, both these players are pros. Like, they're GMs. They compete in EPT. I mean, hey, what was it, last season where Eric, he popped off and he had his way with Dark multiple times? Ah. Here you go. It's pushing forward. Things to get into the mineral line. Likewise, Eric coming in from behind. Oh, does overextend though. Stalkers are ready. Do wall off. Are in position. And Mastery has been slowly building up his Stalker count. May have lost his gold, but now he's still in a 3-base economy. Meanwhile, Eric taking up into Hydras. And Eric even spreading his creep forwards and back from that proxy location. The creep, let's go! Ay, ay, ay. And Eric, he does have an overwhelming army. Master, there's not a fight he can take. Not like this. Yeah, he can't engage. Hydra's doing so much in the back line. A lot of Stalkers going down. Efficient trades here by Eric, catching out Master. Master forced back. Does now have the concave, has the high ground. Eric has to respect it. Backs off. And again, I don't blame Master for being active like this. I mean, he has Blink. He has to be so careful. He's fighting on a knife's edge. Blink now on cooldown. Leading out 2 Stalkers. Eric started stepping forward. Oh! Getting one more Stalker as well towards the end. Eric pushing into a concave though, not ideal. Yeah, bleeding out far too much. The Roaches, the Ravagers, almost purely Hydra left. Just a very scrappy fight. And bearing in mind, behind this, the minerals, the gold minerals, they're running out. They're running out for Eric. His low drone count is now hurting him more than anything. If it was a fresh gold, it'd be a different story, but Eric, he's running out of steam. Master now starting to outscale, getting a 4th expansion, getting another base. Eric, he's going for a Doom drop. The Dropper Lords! Setting up 5 Dropper Lords to go into the main. Bold move. Eric's still being active. Catching out the Oracle. Rotating around. Hits the 4th. 4th base is going to be denied. And decent movement here from Eric. Takes down the Nexus. Forces back the army. That was a kill, not a cancel. And Master is still just committed with purely Blink Stalker. Immortal production has now begun. Finally. Kasara fighting his army. Nice stutter stepping here out of Eric. Takes down a lot of Stalkers. Likewise gets punished. You see Eric, he just wants to go for it. Stutter stepping in. And is it enough? Not quite. There's the overcharge. Master's going to be able to hold on. And Eric, he's running out of steam. He's losing all of his roaches. Now the Ravagers, now the Hydras as well. And Master, he will take this fight. And Eric, he has nothing behind this. Doesn't have an economy. 45 drones. Loses all the roaches, all the Ravagers. One Hydra survives. Gets transfused. Let's go. The Doom Drop never came into play. I mean, the drop loads are there, but Eric did otherwise rotate towards the right-hand side instead. Now Master can move out. Doesn't want to overextend. Lurker Den's on the way. Hive is on the way as well. Eric is teching. Master's still fighting for his fourth. Master, he is holding, he's surviving, just needs to buy for a little bit more time to get into something like Colossus, Disruptors, Stabilize. Master, he's getting there. He is getting there. Likewise, Eric will have a chance and an opportunity to get into Mass Lurker. Speaking of, go to the Lurkers. Lurkers are on the way. There are some observers with the main army. Master, he can still break this. Bearing in mind these are Lair Tech Lurkers, no Hive upgrades are done. They're not ready yet. As the Hive is just now finishing. But if Eric can buy a little bit more time to get into those upgrades, to get into some Vipers as well, despite being down in army, he can still take some better engagements. I mean, we saw something very similar in the last game in Side Delta, if you recall, where Master was up in economy and up in supply, but Eric did take better fights. And that did carry him throughout Side Delta. Can you do the same here? You can actually make use of the Drop Lords, true. You can still use them. Is set up. Lurker range is on the way. Eric will caught out by reinforcements. It's going to be a Nidus Worm. The Lurker count is getting higher. Eric, he's keeping up. So far, so good. Storm is done. Storm is complete. Oh! Spine just going off. A brutal storm show on the Lurkers. 2 Lurkers go down. Not transfuse. Eric maintaining himself. Maintaining himself. You do see Master rotating around. His army is spotted. Eric does respond. Ooh, bleeding out a lot to the Zealot. And Roach is going down. Leads, they come in from behind. Oh my god, the surround! Surround of the Stalkers. Better trade here for Eric. But Zealot, they will complicate things. And Master, he will take the fight. Yeah, very messy engagement here. Stalkers and Roaches falling. Master rotating over as well. Lurker's not quite in position. Master looking for another way in. Oof. So Prison barely goes down. Still very close. Eric getting another expansion. There we go. Drop Lord's coming into play. Let's go. He's got the Nidus Worm as well. Queens pull back. Overlord goes in. I feel like this should just be for the Nidus Worm. There it is. Nidus gets placed. Mastery does have vision. Does respond. Lurkers are filing in. Master rotating. At least trying to. Lurkers, three of them, sorry, do get into the main. Going for some of the production. Lings, they threaten the third, but there's plenty of stack defense. Oh my god, jeez, they trade so well. And brutal spine shots, no detection. There we go, detection now coming in. Observer has arrived, did get recalled back home. At the same time, Eric does push forward. Trying to get on top of this High Templar. Remember, Lurker range is done. Both Hive upgrades, I should emphasize. Lurkers pushing in, exposing themselves a little bit. Mass Immortal does trade well against this. The Lings, they do buffer. Ooh, the Storm takes down the Observer. Observer falls. There is a backup Observer behind this. More Lurkers pushing in. I mean, Eric, he's getting on top of the base. He breaks through, getting on top of the production. And Mastery collapses in. Massive concave. The storms are brutal. The Lurkers are going down. And does Master have enough? It's still not a pretty trade. It's not ideal, but he does break through. There's 2 Immortals remaining. Only 2 Lurkers left. Eric, he has to back up. Master holds. He saves the base. He saves the base. He saves his production. Just barely. He's holding. Another Nidus Worm. Here's another Nidus. Worker counts are evening up. Oh, Master going for a Zealot run by. There's not really much in position to defend, just a couple of Hydras. 2 more Lurkers into the main. Ooh. Alright, he does hold. And Lurker's just going for the tech in the main. Infestors have arrived for their fungal growth. Does catch the army. Oof. The storms are brutal. Despite the fungals, I mean, Mastery can take the fight. One does get both Lurkers in the end. It wasn't able to transfuse in time. Mastery's pushing in. And can Eric survive this? I mean, there's no more storms. Lings, they get on top of the Immortals. The Immortals are going down. Oh my god. The Lings, they're cracked. No Adrenal, despite that. They get the Immortals, they get the Archons. Only Zealous left. And GG, well played against Cold. Eric, he does it. He takes the fight. Still in the main, and Eric, he will take the series 3-2, becoming this week's Code for Giants Cup champion. GG. Oh my god. GG, well played. That was a wild series. Not just the game, that was a wild series. That's why we love Eric as well. Eric, of course, he's one of our own. He's one of the CranKy Ducklings, and yeah, just a really interesting response. We have seen something similar by Shin. If you've been watching the stream for the past like month of play, you know that Shin is very fond of spine rushing as well. What Shin does on Dynasty is he goes for proxy, a proxy hatchery a little bit further back, and then he spine rushes the mineral line. This was very different though. Instead, this was a queen walk across the map into a proxy spore with I was saying extractor trick at the time, but with the hatch trick basically to spread creep. So that I haven't seen before. Similar to what I guess in a way similar to what Shin does, but less committed because Shin, he invests with, I mean, an entire hatchery to complete to spread creep instead. So yeah, GG, well played. With that, Eric, he was able to deny the goal base. He was able to gain some momentum as well. It was still very close, though. As I've mentioned in the past, Eric, he is very much so allergic to droning. Eric, he doesn't really drone much. We saw, not just in this game, or we saw it on Side Delta, we saw it on Oceanborn. Eric isn't really one to really saturate 4 and 5 bases, like around 60 at like 70 workers at most. Even then, 70 is cutting it. Is quite a lot, but Eric, he's just such an aggressive player, and because of that, it leads to these scrappy scenarios, and it leads to these otherwise difficult matches to call as well. Congratulations here to Eric, but a shout out to Master because, you know, one doesn't make a good series without a good opponent as well, right? Like Master, he was able to take it to Eric, did go all the way to the ace match, right? It was back and forth. That could have gone either way, and GG well played. Shout out to both Eric and Master for being the 2 finalists. Congratulations. GG. And again, they both go back and forth in matches and in series, and yeah, they're some of the best players in Latin America. So some people are asking, and if you haven't, you know, tuned in before, again, Eric, he has been very active in the past. Nowadays, less so. Eric has been focusing on his studies, has been focusing on university. So because of that, we have seen less of him, but he still plays in these regional Brazilian tournaments. Back in the day, he used to play in ESL Open Cup Americas more often. I mentioned before briefly at the time, but there are VODs on YouTube of Eric 2-0ing Dark time and time again. There was like a 2-month period where Eric, for whatever reason, when it came to seeding, he would play against Dark on a weekly basis, and he would have his way with him. Eric, likewise, having a very unique style in ZVZ as well, able to get the better of Dark multiple times, was kind of like the Dark Slayer for a while. That was back in... Was that back in 2022? Jesus. I mean, the years, they meld together. It was either mid-2023 or late 2022. Like one of those 2 periods in time. But regardless, GG. Regardless, GG, well played. Eric will take it, and if you enjoyed this event and if you want to see more, this is a bi-weekly tournament. A shout out to Cosmos, of course. Cosmos, he does host this event on a bi-weekly basis. That is every fortnight, every 2 weeks, and we'll be there to bring it to you live. We will be there for you. Oh, also, my apologies. Hold on. There we go. Also, a shout out to Blakeadoos. Thank you so much, God. Thank you so much for the 100 bits. We do appreciate the support. Thank you so much for the bits. All the money that we make here on the channel goes towards our tournaments, goes towards Sparkling Tuna Cup, Duckling Open, and Master Swan Open as well. So thank you so much. Gracias. Gracias. Let's go. 7k IQ. Oh my god. Lurkers win against Ground Army as usual. I mean, you say that, but we've often seen, especially Immortal heavy compositions, break through Lurker lines, but that was a lot of Lurkers there from Eric, so that's why the fight was so close between the 2 of them. I'm referring to the fight at the 4th base, when Eric was pushing in towards the bottom right. Still very close, very intense. GG. GG, well played. And, yeah, with that, we are going to be wrapping up for the day. For the morning, I guess, in a way. Our next broadcast is going to be in how many hours time? Let me just double check. I believe 4? Just double check. Sorry, 6. In 6 hours time. In 6 hours time, we are going to be live with the Pondcast. If you're curious, what is the Pondcast? That is our weekly talk show. There used to be a time where talk shows or podcasts related to StarCraft were a little more common, a little more frequent. Nowadays, less so. So we have rocked up here with the podcast. We have brought it back. It is basically a weekly wrap-up show. We go over all the events results, all the tournament results of the week. We do catch up on all the Open Cups or the PTR events as well. We do discuss other news, like for example, Zombiegub's Kickstarter did come to an end. We'll be going over the goals that she reached. Zombiegub, she did actually post about getting ready for a trip to Europe to conduct interviews for that Kickstarter. If you are unfamiliar, Zombiegub, she did organize and did bring about a Kickstarter for an interview series going over the history of StarCraft. And she did spend the last month in Korea. She was interviewing a bunch of people, going over the history of the Pro League and the Kesper era of StarCraft, and she's basically piecing together a documentary series. The Kickstarter has since concluded, but she did reach certain goals to, you know, achieve for better and better and greater content. Again, we'll be going over that as well. There was, of course, the balance patch notes that were released less than a week ago. We have to go over that as well. Fun fact, we held our podcast last week, and it was like 4 hours after the podcast ended that the PTR patch notes got updated. And we're like, the hell? Like, what's going on? So we weren't able to talk about it, but we can now discuss it this week at least. Not just that, we've had a bunch of player transfers, a bunch of new teams, notably Solar's on a new team, and many other roster changes as well. We had some recent announcements on Home Story Cup and who is going, and much more. And much more. Again, we'll be discussing all of that during the podcast if you're interested. Otherwise, we'll see you guys tomorrow. Our next tournament cast is going to be tomorrow, is going to be the Infolet League number 2. If you're curious, what is the Infolet League? It is a fun team league in the Polish community. It is a Polish team league, so players like Geralt, Christianer, Papi, Rudzin, and many others are all competing in the team league. And they did have a draft, and they did have the group stage, and we are going over the playoffs tomorrow. So siema. If you want some Polish StarCraft, we got you covered. We got you covered tomorrow with those playoffs. That is also going to be in over 24 hours time. So plenty of content. When it comes to the weekend, we're going to be casting the StarCraft Evolution League. That's going to be on Saturday, I guess technically Sunday morning. We have the Sparkling Tuna Cup, and of course our regular Open Cups as well. Also want to give a quick PSA. We are the official casters for Alima League. We did cast Alima League this week. Alima League is going to be next week as well. But we are unable to cast it on Twitch. It is sponsored by Kijik, which is a I almost said Polish, which is a Korean streaming platform. It is a competitor to Soup, which is ex-Africa TV. But they are the main sponsors for Alima League. Because of that, we cannot stream it on Twitch. We cannot stream it on YouTube. We stream it on Kijik instead. Actually, I do have a link for you if you're interested. Exclamation mark. There you go. Bam. Is the command not working? Never mind. But we do have a command somewhere in the chat. Hold on. Is Nightbot just dead? Smurge. But we do have our channel. Hold on. I'll just look for the link if you're interested. We do stream Alima League on a weekly basis. VODs will be available on YouTube. So don't you worry if you can't watch it live, if you can't use the platform. I do know that depending on where you are in the world, I believe Europe and North America do struggle to connect. Are we good? But I do know that because I think I've lost connection to Twitch. Weird. Losing connection in general. But very quickly, if you... Oh yeah, so we do stream it on Kijik, and we do have, of course, our YouTube platform as well. VODs are going to be uploaded to YouTube as quickly as possible, so you can tune in there if you wish as well. Otherwise, we're going to be wrapping up. It looks like my internet is struggling. I don't know what happened, but I have lost connection to Twitch. So I don't even know if you can hear me. I don't even know. For now, though, we're going to be wrapping up. And again, we're going to be back in 6 hours' time. Going to be back in 6 hours. Otherwise, thank you for watching. Thank you for tuning in. And yeah, we'll see you in 6 hours. Or we'll see you tomorrow for the Infolet League as well. So I'm just checking. Oh, okay, I can see. GG. Are we back? There we go. Sorry, for some reason my browser just wasn't working, but there it is. There's a link to our Kijik channel if you wish. But what was I saying? Oh yeah, I was saying that if you're the routing to it is quite bad just because it's only Korean servers. So I do know that if you're in Europe or if you're in North America, then you would experience, or you often experience, latency watching on Kijik. I think depending on where you are in the world, it's a little bit better. Here in Australia, we have some good connections, same with New Zealand and Southeast Asia as well. We can watch without issues, but I know that in Europe and North America, the connection is a lot more unstable. So VODs would be just a better solution to that. Not ideal, but smooch. But yeah, with that, next week we'll be casting Alima League as well. Otherwise, thank you for watching. Thank you for tuning in. We'll see you guys later tonight or tomorrow on the CranKy Ducklings. If you want to support us, you can follow us on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, and Discord. All things CranKy Ducklings if you want to follow us. Otherwise, we'll see you guys next time. Stick around. We're going to be giving another StarCraft streamer a raid. I'm not too sure who's live. I see Practice X is streaming. And maybe some others as well. Regardless, We'll see you guys next time. Until then, hasta luego. Ciao, papi, ciao. Hasta luego.